Hmm. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, that. Welcome. Welcome to Hard Knock Dice, which is us. It's us as we as the people here on the screen, but specifically to a session of our Gosm, our Ghost of the Saltmarsh. It's down there on the bottom. I have to do my hands to the other side for it to look like I'm running my finger above it. Yeah, I specifically am Ian, the Dungeon Master for this game. These folks around me are the players, the folks who roll the dice and have not died yet. Yet. There's been no death yet. We're like year and a half and no deaths. Well, pretty good. I gotta fix that. You've got diamonds. What am I doing? But yeah, we have one revivify. That's fine.
Give me the shaking.
After we break the seal, maybe you can get more. We'll see. Uh, anyway, yeah, we're gonna play some Dungeons and Dragons tonight. Before we get into that, though, as a quick, it's already in the chat. As per usual, we are raising money for the International Medical Corps, who are doing stuff over in Ukraine to help people on both the physical and the mental health front. So click on that link and donate what you can, if you can, and it's greatly appreciated. It's for a good cause, people who need the assistance. So I encourage you to click on that. Aside from that, it is August. We have quite a few birthdays. Not as many in this group. I say not as many. I think one of our August birthdays is in here. That's not me, anyway. So we'll that's but not yet. So we don't tell Bart happy birthday until that time passes, and then you'll get a birthday 20. Which I'll explain that again when we get there, because fuck everybody else.
Actually, it's Bart's birthday today in game.
That is too bad. Bart doesn't get. Oh, sorry. Let me clarify. Bart doesn't get a birthday 20. Kent, Bart's player, will get a birthday 20. So Bart doesn't get jack shit. Anyway, so aside from that, unless anybody else has any announcements, anything they would like to allow, speak now, forever hold your peace. All right, peace is being held. Noted. My cat is jumping up on the bed. Yeah. Last week on the Gosm, our party recovered the morning after of the events in which Gloob successfully freed some slaves, exiting the island. Exit strategy not quite as smoothly. As well as Jakob and Bart and Julian tearing ass through Hull's Hearth as Jakob was trying to get to Gloob because he couldn't hear him anymore. Shit was fucky, but this is the morning after those events. Gloob returned back to the inn where they were staying in. It's inn maybe a strong word, but that's technically what it was. To his friends, and they kind of discussed what had happened. Kind of deciding what they were going to do, what the plan was. But then their plans were interrupted by one Captain Denilan, who had been sent by Artois to fetch them, as he had told them that he probably would if he needed to contact them before exit time. Denilan led them to a undisclosed location within Hull's Hearth, where Artois and some of the crew were. Artois promptly told Denilan and his crew to fuck off, and words were had with the party, as well as words were had with Artois from the party, as Artois was aware or had reasonable certainty that they were responsible for the disturbance in the night. He expressed his displeasure, and called into question whether they could be trusted to perform the jobs that he and the princes were going to be calling, that were the cost of the favor of taking them to the island in the first place. The party vehemently, mostly Bart and Jakob and a little bit of Julian, assured him that they could. Jakob growing quite frustrated and saying that his word could be trusted. He would rather take out his own eye than betray his word, even to someone like Artois. Ultimately rounding up into Artois giving them another chance, even if he's not happy about it, but letting him know that doing things that may endanger the cause, his prince's cause that he has devoted himself to, will provoke retribution. The party then, invisibly on Gloob's part, and then visibly for the rest of the party, made one last trip over to Lucian Ward's shop of arcane oddities to check in about their little scrying stick, as well as for Yakko to pick up a sweet set of lightning-resistant plate armor. Learning from Ward that that stick pointed to, when cracked, the estate of Jakob's estranged wife's family, all the way back near Saltmarsh, right up against the edge of the Dreadwood. Not quite, and learning that there was the individual who bought this stick was an elven woman named Ionwa. Not familiar to any of the party, and Ward only able to produce a very basic representation of her figure, so not gaining too many details. But the party then, with this information in tow, made their way back over to the Frigid Cairn to depart from Hull's Hearth. Spending some time, they eventually departed, discussed things with the possibilities of of insinuations of things going on with Jakob's estranged wife's family, the Aranthelites, who are a family of Dampier, or half vampires for those that are not in the know, and kind of what that may mean, what their involvement may be, why things are involved with them, who knows. But they're pretty far away at this juncture, and so the party is socking that information away for later. They did communicate it to old Captain Shepard back in Saltmarsh that perhaps some investigation would need to be pointed their way, but that it would be very dangerous. But I believe I have touched on all the important bits. If you want details, go watch the VOD. It's some good stuff. There was a lot of feelings going on. It was whoo, some intense conversation and really bad French accent. So that just makes it all the better. That being said, gentlemen, it is, I believe we wrapped up with it being the night. Julian on the prow of the frigid cairn, letting the world know, letting your brother know, letting the ocean know that you were coming for not only your brother, but that you were also coming for the doctor. So
there were some strong emotions, all right.
Yeah, absolutely, totally fair. Somebody make a noise.
Ooh.
Appreciate it. So that is where we'll pick up. If there's anybody who would like to do anything else the rest of this night, or shall we transfer into the next day?
Yeah, I'm good with going on to the next day.
Okay.
Prayer to Heronius.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. So, Jakob, nothing, as, what's the word I'm looking for? Nothing nearly as visceral or real. But you wake, all of you wake, but specifically, all of you wake up the next morning. But Jakob, you specifically wake with still that vague sense of kind of the not any very like clear memories of any dreaming like you had the night before, but of just that same kind of sense of storm and struggle. But you all wake up the next day. I saw a fist pumping, so being awake and not dead is phenomenal.
We're 1-for-1 so far for today, so let's go.
Winning.
Yeah.
What would you guys like to do for the day?
I need to
If anything.
Always the first roll of the day. 17 plus 1 plus 8, a lot.
17 plus 1 plus 8, so 26. Math is difficult. I will be the first to allow for that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. Killing it as per usual.
Going heavy
busting
today.
it down.
Making sure people feel at home when they're back on the boat. Getting some grits in there.
I'll say that with it being the morning, you guys did sail for about half a day. Some of the unease that had kind of been permeating among the crew seems to have dissipated a little bit. Now that you guys have put a little bit of distance, you've gotten outside of for lack of a better phrase, the defensive perimeter of Hull's Hearth, and you're away from immediate potential retribution. So,
listening into the conversations, does that sound like what it was? Pretty much like they know it was us, and they're scared that they're catch the flag for it.
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. That's a big 7.
I'll say with a 7, like you can't quite. That doesn't seem to be. It seems like you get this sense of general ease in that some people kind of mentioning that they feel more comfortable now, just like how glad to be farther out to sea, but you don't hear any specifics.
Jakob will find Gloob. So, Gloob.
Yeah.
That Captain Darby.
Mhm.
You said his nickname's One-Eyed Captain Darby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you were at Ford's shop, right?
I was in there at one time, yes.
Well, I don't know if you know, but I bought this. I'm gonna pull out the ersatz eye. This little eye, and apparently it helps people who have lost an eye. I mean, we could give it to him when we meet him, and maybe he wants to be two-eyed Captain Darby.
I don't know. I felt like he probably made a lot of money off of being known as One Eye. Like, people know him as One Eye. You might think he's a different person. We can always ask him, though.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. But that's really all I wanted to tell you. Just that I got that.
Sorry, I went deaf for like a solid 7 seconds right there. What'd you say? I DC'd.
Yeah. +1, +1. Yeah. I mean, that's really all I had.
Yeah,
Just
we
wanted
can
to
ask
tell you
him.
about
I
the
have no
side thing.
clue. Hey, speaking of, I should get Barton a message. And I don't think he did while we were on the island, but we had to make a quick getaway too.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite hectic on the island.
I'm sorry about that again, Jakob. I didn't do it to scare you or anything like that. I just had a lot of thoughts going on, and I just needed to listen to myself for a second. I'm sorry.
I can understand having a lot of thoughts and how they can be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Of course, I accept your apology, and I apologize for yelling at you.
Yelling was probably the least that I deserved. So
Hand on your shoulder, nod of the head. Let's see what Bart's cooking up.
yeah, go ahead. I'm not hungry.
All right. Save you some if it's good.
Always
I'll
do.
save you some. It's gonna be good. Down I go.
I'm gonna spy on Artois the whole day. I'm just watching him.
Okay. Are you trying to be sneaky about it at all?
No.
You're
I'm
just watching him? Are you
In
looking
the
for
rigging, looking at him.
Okay. Looking for anything in particular, you're just watching him.
Just watching him.
Okay.
If he clocks me, you can let me know.
Will do.
If I notice that he clocks me, I guess.
Julian's looking for his questions for Artois.
Okay. Do you need a second, or have you located them?
Both Cody and Julian are looking for the question.
What is the question? I will say he does seem to clock you at some point. I say at one point, I'll say only the one point during the day, he does just he just looks up and like locks eyes with you for a couple seconds, and then just kind of goes back to what he was doing. Like long enough that it's very obvious that he is clearly communicating that he sees you just sitting there staring at him.
Can I get an insight check on him? I want to see how pissed off he is right now, to the point of whether or not I could have a conversation with him.
Roll an insight check.
Big ol' +1. 13.
13. I will say, from all the way up in the rigging, kind of hard to tell. He's like you're back on the ocean. from this far away and with a 13, it seems kind of like almost the same as when you guys were on your way here or on your way to Holsarth.
Okay.
So. All right. Bart?
Yeah, I was going to see if I could do the old gathering information through. Since maybe after lunch people seem to be warming up a little bit to the notion of us not getting them killed with our mere presence on their boat.
Warming up may be a strong word or strong phrase. More of the immediate concern has died down.
Okay. So that they still seem like put out with this, I guess would be a way to phrase it.
I'd say that would require that you'd kind of have to go for an insight check.
I'll do that. It's an 11 plus 8, I believe. Yes, so 19.
With the 19, I'll say they definitely, like, as well as, uneasy in terms of seeming like they definitely seem like they were a little uneasy just in general, but now that seems to have died down a little bit. They do seem wary of all four of you. Like, there seems to be, like, there had been, like, a closeness had begun. Like, you guys were really... Most of you were relatively friendly to them for the most part. Jakob wasn't attacking anybody, so he wasn't hurting. He wasn't hurting y'all's relationship, and you were cooking. Julian was kind of around all the time, and Glib was showing a very, clear interest in what y'all did and seemed to be striking up a relationship with Artois. There is now a very clear gap that has been created. Like, they seem like it seems like they're now kind of iffy on you guys. They're like not sure, not really feeling like y'all are one of the boys.
Gotcha. Okay, well, if the kind of relation is a little bit more on that, then I would just try to be all smiles and asking about people's personal stuff, what they did, how things are going for them. They're looking forward to the next trip. They got any plans? That type kind of stuff. Just being polite, trying to start preparing that bridge, I guess, and
Okay.
the gap that's there now.
Roll a raw charisma check for me.
Raw charisma. Ooh, that's fucking good. That's a 19. I'm happy for that. So 21.
So doing pretty good. It definitely, like, over the meals, it seems like they maybe some of the time they kind of managed to forget kind of maybe why they were concerned. At one point though, you're asking kind of about the personal stuff and how they're doing, and just one of the pirates just doing pretty all right. And kind of seems to remember why they're concerned and why that barrier is there, and just kind of looks at you. Bit concerned for my daughter back on Holsarth. Walks away.
All right.
Okay.
Real quick question. Do I know this individual close enough to know what her name would be? Not putting you on the spot. Don't have to come up with a name now.
Roll percentiles for me real quick.
Oh shit! I roll the percentiles. 26.
26? I'll say no.
Okay.
Not quite. You're familiar with him very kind of peripherally, but wasn't one of the ones you had gotten a little more familiar with.
Word. All right. I'm good for the day.
Okay. Julian?
Having located his sheet of paper with the questions on it, he will fold that up and head topside. He's not going to immediately approach Artois. Not until there's like, I don't know, a lunch break or some kind of lull in majority activity. Not trying to interrupt the man in the middle of being busy.
Okay. Gloob, was there? I just want to just kind of figure out timing stuff. Was there anything you were wanting to do with that insight check, or are you good for the day?
I would like to continue repeating it throughout the day. So at whatever interval you deem appropriate, I would just sit there and watch Artois. That is the.
I'll say
entirety.
give me 2 more insight checks, real quick.
8 and 7.
I'll say that, yeah. Best you're not sure he seems normal, but you're high enough up and away from him that you're not quite sure. Because you're like 60 feet in the air. If you're all the way up in the rigging and everything. So, and he's all the way at the stern, at the helm.
In that case, I will crawl into the crow's nest with whoever's there. Don't really care. Bring out my book and start writing in it.
Okay.
Just rolling up like, "Sup, guy?"
They just kind of ignore you. Like they glance over when you first get up there and then just kind of pretend like you're not there. Okay. So Julian, yeah, easy enough around probably around lunchtime. People things slow down a little bit. They reef the sails a bit so that people can take the opportunity to eat something. But still kind of being a little bit mobile and doing things. But for the most part, yeah, it slows down.
Yeah. When it seems opportune, Julian will, approach Artois. And just like as crispy and professional as he knows how to be, just
when you have the time, I had some questions so that we could plan for our arrival.
There's no time like the present. What are your questions? You muted yourself.
All relating to things we can expect when we arrive. First and foremost, I think, what security forces will remain?
You're wanting like exact numbers?
Any information you may have.
Well, there will be forces from, at the very least, the remaining 3 of the princes. So, myself and Lycians should be removed by the time you arrive. So that could be anywhere from initial 20 to 30 pilots, depending on how many days decided to commit in the most recent time.
Julian is writing out answers next to each of the questions just as he's standing here.
The exact makeup of those is completely up in the air. And of course,
Understood.
there'll be whatever creatures that the doctor has created.
Just kind of see him like take a finger, move a few lines down,
And is there been any information on completed experiments? I know we've seen the one.
There have been a few that have gone out on test runs. Some that have electrical capability.
That is the one that we have seen, I think.
Some that all of them amphibious also, obviously. Some that have had more chitinous, armored almost, like giant crabs or lab snails, I suppose. I believe one of the more consistent ones is something there like kind of like pufferfish. I'm not exactly sure what they do. I haven't had the pleasure of having any of my. It's a pleasure, yeah. but they have not seen any in action. I think those are some of the ones that have been successful in sail creation, at the very least.
Good to know what we might be up against.
Their numbers, I can do nothing for you.
Understood. Do we have any maps or layouts of the island?
No,
Rough or precise?
nothing at this time, I don't believe. I have not spent much. I have spent as little time there as I possibly can.
That is fair. I take it that means we also don't know what we could be encountering as far as traps, gates,
Correct.
bottlenecks.
I doubt that you will be running into too many traditional traps, as it will. It's a fairly busy compound. Part of the problem is our security forces are only permitted so much traversal. He likes to keep things just so, and is afraid that some rowdy pilots would muck it up. As long as he continues to do his duties, the princes have seen fit to allow him to run it however he wishes.
Sounds about right. Well, with those out of the way, that only leaves the one question.
Sure.
When we arrive, what is the plan for drop-off, shall we say?
You all will be going in almost as if to be a relieving force. We have the timing of those that we are pulling out and your arrival are to coincide very closely. That being said, you will not be arriving on this vessel. We're going to be handing you off on a more reasonable and less recognizable ship.
Right. Thank you for your answers. I'll begin working with the others to make a plan.
Good idea.
Kind of averting his eyes, we'll just give him a nod and turn to head back to find Bart.
Unless Bart is hiding, I imagine he is easily enough to be found. Easy enough to find. Or easily found.
Indeed. I have no sneaking things that I'm doing today.
Just today, though. Every other day, plenty.
Bored.
Bum bum.
Probably, since this coincided with approximately lunch, Julian is going to head to the kitchen where he is assuming Bart will be cleaning up or whatever. And grab himself a bowl and, start to share this information with Bart.
I spoke to the captain, got some information for what we can expect when we arrive. Think it is perhaps best if we start planning for an organized arrival.
All right. So, did you just tell me the information that you got?
Yeah. He'll
okay.
follow that up with showing the notes and kind of going over.
All right.
So this is what we got, and here's the dark spots. We're not gonna have that information.
All right. So we're going to be a relief force then. So we're going to kind of have kind of walk in and maybe get past something, this or that, to get where we need to go, or
Perhaps at least at first. I don't know how long that'll last. Maybe just to the shores of the island. Maybe past the first layer of security. I don't know.
you see how tight that security was? I mean,
Seems to depend on whose forces are there.
right.
With each pirate lord operating independently, it could be a range.
Okay. So maybe we should say we're from a different pirate prince or whatever, right? Sea
We
prince.
only have two options. Or, if we don't actually have to say, that would be best, I would think.
All right. Maybe another question if for him, you know, if we had to say we're from one, which is his least favorite.
I'm sure we'll have time for another conversation before we're headed off to the other vessel.
All right. Yeah, I was trying to, you know, butter him up a little bit. I was gonna start asking the crew about maybe what some of his favorite foods were, but kind of seemed like a first day a little bit, or second day, I get. First 24 hours still a little
It's a little awkward.
Yeah.
Good idea, though.
Yeah.
People like food.
Get them nice and buttered up, and maybe something that reminds them of home, or I don't know. Maybe none of the crew knows what he likes best, but that's worth finding out, and at least giving a little bit of gesture. On that front, I mean, I guess it's good that you talked with him and he seemed mad or all business or.
It's professional and a little distant at the moment.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll just have to keep working at it. Some things take time.
I doubt it'll change till we've done right by him the first time.
Right. I can imagine it's probably. Well, I don't think he'll be too satisfied until we either do a really good job or get not this job, but the one of his tasks done without a hitch or something like that.
Right, that's what I was referring to.
Right. Well, we'll just have to be as best as we can be.
Indeed.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm keeping busy trying to cook. I don't know. Maybe there's more other ways we can show our worth. I don't know if we could convince Jakob to show some of his pirates a few moves to help him out or something, or to be somehow a little bit more helpful.
I don't think he doubts our capability.
Well,
I think he
not...
doubts our stick-to-itiveness.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Well, I mean, regardless of that, you know, I just think it might help, right? Just kind of rush things over. I don't know.
Oh, right. Yes. Goodwill is goodwill.
Right. I'm not trying to say y'all are a bunch of lazy bumpkins just going on at a free ride or anything, and I'm over here breaking my back making all this great food for everyone. But, I mean, I know Gloob, I think's helped out a little bit in the riggings, and, I mean, he can jump all around in those things and get knots, and I don't know anything about damn boating. He can help hook the knots on or something.
I might try and bring in some fresh food as well again. That seemed well received.
Sure. What kind of waters are we in right now for, like, kinds of fish and stuff? I mean, I know what kind of fish you can find in the river and kind you can find in the lake, kinds you can find in the pond, but never been fishing in the ocean, aside from, I think, with y'all.
Julian got that information, like, oh, yes, this kind of water.
I mean, I imagine I'm not quite sure how big of a vessel the Stormfeather was. Do you think that the Stormfeather went deep sea fishing?
No, it didn't go deep sea fishing, but I don't know if he would like know from like, oh yes, just being in the industry for long enough.
Roll a knowledge history. With proficiency if you don't already have it.
I actually think I do. I didn't have my character sheet pulled up, one sec.
Don't have
Yeah,
your
I
character.
actually do have
there you go.
proficiency.
Yeah, roll knowledge history. Or nature, I suppose, if that'd be the same roll if you were proficient or not. So
Those are no, I'm not proficient in nature. Yeah, so it'll be a total of 13 with a 10 on the dice.
ish. Like,
Tend
you
to
don't
be
know, like,
larger, but I don't know specifics.
yeah, exactly. You know, bigger fish. You don't know the names for these ones.
All right. Well, I mean, a fish is a fish in most cases, right? As long as you don't get one of them weird ones that I've seen in books that got like little lantern things and shit on their heads.
I don't think I'll be going that deep.
I mean, I don't know what kind of fish I'm line yet.
That'd be a
Oh,
really
I
long
wasn't-
fishing line.
I wasn't casting a line.
Like, manifests a harpoon.
All right, sure. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
What
Well-
time of day is it?
A little
After lunch, you
afternoon.
said.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
afternoon.
that's right.
I'll speak to the others, I suppose.
All right. I mean, yeah, that could be good. If we go in under a guise, though, oh hell, there's no reason to talk about it now. I can think about it during the day, and we can get everyone together and talk specifics. Maybe everyone will have kind of their own take on things.
Chat over dinner, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Give you a kind of a brisk nod and go looking for Jakob since he knows where Gloob's at.
Jakob does not know where Gloob is.
No, no,
I
no.
had
Looking for Jakob because Julian already knows where Gloob's at.
okay. Probably would have just gone back to the room after eating lunch.
Just gonna poke his head in.
Hey, Jakob.
Yeah.
I just spoke to Bart, and he had the idea that we could perhaps try and find some things to do to ingratiate ourselves back into the good graces of the crew and the captain.
Why would we want to do that?
To make for a better experience all around and rebuild some trust.
Okay.
Just kind of
Does that not sound like a good idea?
one eyebrow real high.
I don't really give a fuck if a bunch of pirates trust me. They have us. They're going to have us do a job after this. It'll get done. With their trust or without it.
Well, could make the medicine go down a bit easier if it's on in a friendlier way, but your choice.
Awkwardly sidles back into the hall.
Okay. Anything else anybody would like to do for the rest of the day?
I could just over here with full. I said what I said. Energy.
Yeah.
I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. God damn it! Let me make a noise. Appreciate it.
To the final member of the group, out looking up at the crow's nest at Gloob, just
Somebody
How do
make
you
a noise
spell
again.
suspicious?
There we go. You say, how do you spell suspicious?
Gloop! Gloop!
The the lady pirate who's up there with you just kind of looks down and is just like, SUSPICIOUS.
Think.
Natural 20. This one's smart. just like general intelligence on this specific pirate. Holy shit. This one was a professor before she turned pirate.
Damn it, how do I get his attention?
Oh, did I get the thing back? I thought Jacob still had it. No, he gave it back. That's right.
Whoa!
Why'd you yell? Why'd you yell into my head?
It was simultaneous.
Oh. Porque no los dos.
Fucking
I'm also yelling, not in your head.
froggy head over the banister. Right.
Gestures.
Put my book. But all the. I'll be right back. This person who doesn't really care if I'm there or not. I'll climb down. What's up?
Around dinner time, we're gonna go over some of this information I got about what to expect and start thinking of a plan. But also, Bart had the idea we could perhaps find ways to help out around the ship, kind of improve damaged relations with the pirates, the crew, and perhaps the captain in turn. Any ideas, helping, or side tasks? I'm going to go get some fresh grub for Bart to cook.
Well, I had planned on talking to Artois at some point. I'm not sure if we may just start fighting. I don't know. So I'm just waiting.
Do you intend on fighting him?
It's kind of like a look of concern on Julian's face.
I mean, if he stabs me first, yeah.
But you don't intend to start the stabbing.
Oh, no.
Okay. I don't think he would, but maybe give it until...
I've been watching him all day. I'm not so sure.
Maybe give it until tomorrow. He's still a bit, stiff.
I've been watching.
The ship cat leaps up into Julian's arms.
Oh, lunch is here.
No.
Just give it a day. We've got a little bit more sailing to go. We have time.
Yeah.
But yes, if you find yourself in the mood, maybe find a way to help out. And they don't hate us, but it's a bit prickly at the moment.
I don't have a problem with doing that. I don't. I'll help out. You know, I like helping. I like sailing, but I don't think this is the type of thing we're going to smooth over with acts of kindness.
Oh, not smoothing it over entirely. Just a bit of a friendly buffer.
Yeah.
Just if you see an opportunity or think of one, I'm gonna go get dinner.
Okay. Let's talk and plan after dinner.
I think we were planning to chat just the four of us over dinner.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get the dinner contents.
Just kind of give Gloob a nod and manifest the harpoon and go fishing.
Alright. Roll a survival check for me.
Yeah, I'm good at those.
Guidance.
If I've got it.
Hey. That'll be a 18.
18? Okay. And also just roll a d20 for me. And tell me what the result is.
What?
Because why not?
A 12 with no modifiers.
Okay. Alright. So you're pretty successful. How much are you trying to catch and bring back? Because you are swimming through the water. You're not reeling it up onto a boat.
Right. Either a few medium-sized ones or one big enough just for a meal for the crew.
For the whole crew.
Mhm.
Crew of 45 people.
Yeah, it's like one king mackerel. Let's go.
To constitute a full meal?
I mean, for
trying
like
to think.
the protein, you got your protein, your vegetables, your
Joey's over here like, these pirates, they abide by the food pyramid. Don't they? Then, you know, apparently, I heard somewhere that apparently the food pyramid's like fucking bullshit. Just if anybody was curious.
2 king mackerel. Trying for 2 king
balanced meal every day.
A king
Yeah,
mackerel.
when Bart's cooking, Bart abides by the food pyramid.
Oh, Gloob
No, he
froze.
doesn't.
Hell yeah, so much butter. There's Gloob. Welcome back. You said
I was
a
gonna
king
say,
mackerel.
A king mackerel weighs between 11 and 30 pounds.
Our grandfather caught one who was like 79 pounds.
That was also a record-breaking king mackerel. So
We look
Go
into
Go for the record, Julian. Go for the
Yeah.
an 18 is not record-breaking. But
enough
I'll-
fish to provide a protein. For
I'll say over the course of just after lunch to dinner time, with an 18 easily enough, you're able to catch enough fish to provide for fresh fish for a
or
meal.
several medium.
We're
Purely
rotating.
semantics that we're
There's like
Yeah,
we
entirely.
decide to use our time
Why
on
more
because
fish keep
we're
coming
productive.
in?
He's chucking them through the window. Actually, that wouldn't quite work because you're on the bottom deck. There are no windows that low down because that'd possibly let in water.
Just punches a hole through the hole.
Boosh!
I didn't realize the
Elder
galley was on
Blast.
the bottom deck. Don't
Yeah.
they? I thought galleys were usually on the uppermost deck because of
Do
fires.
I look like I design ships? No. We're gonna say
It's a
they're
pirate
like
ship.
it's a
Everything's
pirate ship.
backward.
They do things the way they want.
Sure.
That bitch is on. It is on the bottom in Tailspire because I put it there, so that's
Oh,
where
fair
it's at.
Alright.
Because it's on the same floor that y'all's sleeping quarters were. So
Okay.
if I recall, I can double check. I've got Tailspire open, but you're either on the bottom or the second from the bottom. It was not at the very first deck. But easily enough able to catch some fishies. Oh gosh, I had fucking music still on Tailspire. Whoops. Yeah, no, it's on the bottom on fucking Tailspire. Whoopsie. Ignore the converging sounds. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Yeah. So dinner time rolls around. Some fish has been gathered. I will go ahead and say, Jacob, I don't think it's a problem for you because I think you pretty much stated what you were doing. Gloob, if at any point you are trying to hop in and start taking care of some of the work, you get kind of shooed away. Kind of like you start doing stuff, and Danek, Arstead at some point will come up to you and go, I think we do well enough just with the crew.
Okay.
So, proceed to dinner time. Food is had, fresh fish chief among them. What's everybody doing? Are y'all meeting, having a gathering, a conclave? Meeting of the conclave?
I would wait until Artois took his leave from the helm. Does that happen well after dinner?
I'll say around dinner time. Dinner time's around the time they kind of start to call it. So probably during the beginning of dinner time, they're still doing like the last little bit, getting the last little bit of distance they plan to eke out for the day. But then anchor gets dropped, and Artois then takes his leave. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I'll go down to dinner. That's fine.
Okay. Alrighty. So, y'all are having dinner. It's scrumdiddlyumptious. There's fish and whatever foods that Bart decided to cook along with the fish. Some taters, some
Yeah.
some
More
grits,
fish.
some more fish, some butter,
Fish and
lard,
butter. Just a side of butter with the fish.
Fish
lard.
Fish icing. Fish.
Okay. Yeah.
I hate that. That's awful. I don't
Noodle.
like anything about it.
Fish and chips.
Hell yeah.
All right. So,
All right. So, how do you want to do this? How do you want to go through and get his brother back? Gonna be coming in and sneaking on, maybe telling some fibs and getting where we're not supposed to be, or do you want to try and go to more like an advantageous position and take out what's there, like in little groups at a time, or you want to try to sneak, walk through the front gates and sneak the rest to where we need to get her?
One piece of information I was really hoping for is the one that we didn't get. And that was the layout of the island.
Yeah, that's the best one.
But we know there'll be between 20 and 30 pirates on security. An unknown quantity of completed experiments. We did get some information on what kinds. The one we saw with the zappy tentacles, he said has been on demonstration before, as well as a more armored chitinous crabby experiment, and lastly one that has vaguely the appearance of a pufferfish, which implies poison of some kind, but we don't know the specifics.
What happens if we try the stealthy junk and Farenzal's there? I mean,
To my understanding, these lieutenants aren't generally on the island, but if I'm wrong and he's there, we had better hit him very hard and very fast and first. My
I
opinion.
mean, he has. We know he's done the doctor's business before, so he at least knows them. Also, the other problem is, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody on that island knows you, Julian. You're not particularly well hidden in a crowd.
They'll know my appearance as one of the previous inhabitants. I don't know if they'll know me specifically, but I will stand out. We have a few days. I'll concoct something a bit more concealing.
Okay. Just because, I mean, we know the doctor's looking for you.
The doctor will know me specifically. We spent a lot of quality time together.
Yeah, but I mean, what I mean is, it's his island, so I wouldn't be surprised if everybody on that island also knows what you look like. And we don't know if he's made any other experiments that look like you. So you might be unique. You might not be.
I killed some that looked a lot like me before I was given my leave.
Well, that's good. I think that kind of makes it more like a harder to tell you apart kind of deal. Not like, the one that got away is coming back for revenge. Just like, hey, there's one of those guys.
I was deemed a failure and was disposed of. Hence my
Well.
beautiful singing voice.
Well, I mean, you're gonna come back and kill the guy who said that, so
That's the plan, yes.
I obviously ain't too much of a failure. Well, I mean, I guess if I ever made a meal that killed me, I wouldn't appreciate it too much.
Well,
Anyway, getting off topic.
but yes, I will be probably instantly recognizable as a inhabitant or previous inhabitant. Regardless of whether they know it is me, Julian Rossi, or not.
Okay. I mean, if you're wanting to try and do it disguise, what are we thinking, right? Because we might, if we need to make a mask for you, I mean, you got kind of a weird jaw structure, you know?
I mean, it's still pretty humanoid. Just a wider grin.
He can never
That whole
actually
part's
close his
the-
mouth.
the-
All
the
his
jaw
lips,
structure.
his lips are never actually able to touch because too many teeth keep his lips from being able to touch each other.
Well, all I'm saying is that I don't think, you know, some rouge and powder is going to really do the trick, right?
Probably more a helmet or mask kind of deal.
Yeah, there you go. Like a mask, like a bandit mask or something, because you're pirates. And
These pirates don't really have much of a uniform.
right. Yeah, we can use that to our advantage.
You feeling okay, Julian?
Do we, I think he's just been hanging out with too many pirates, you know? I mean, sometimes you just start, you know, sounding like the people you're hanging out with.
I don't think I've heard anyone sound like that here.
It happens to me all the time. I
Well,
started
I mean-
sounding like
Just then you just hear vaguely through the floorboards. What are you doing, you fucking bastard?
Well, I mean,
Oh.
I don't
Yo,
know.
I've not been doing it on purpose. I have been
Shane-
trying to make it stop.
Doherty.
Seamus and O'Malley and a couple of them other fellas, I mean, they all sound like that.
Now you're gonna get the aristocrats.
Oh Jesus Christ! I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was going crazy.
Nah, I recognize it. Like
Dude,
3
I'm
minutes
sitting there.
And I was like, where is this coming from, and how do I make it stop?
I'm sitting there. I'm going. Has he sounded like this the entire campaign? Like, am I insane? Holy shit!
Maybe
Okay.
that'll be the solution if Julian ever gets his throat injury fixed, and I have to figure
Be
out
Irish.
an accent for him.
Doherty.
The crazy part is I usually cannot do an Irish accent to save my life in my own campaign where there's an entire nationality of people that speak with an Irish accent.
There are.
That sounds like an issue.
Fucking news to me.
Right? Yeah. Because I can't do an Irish accent.
I'm telling you, just say dirty 30. It's the touchstone. Anyway, this campaign.
Anyway, yeah, I reckon we get you looking not so smiley, and I mean, there's pirate grung and halflings and stuff. That's not a big deal.
I didn't see a single grung on that island.
I mean, they said that there were some on the island. Anyway, you can be the first. We're not supposed to be impersonating specific people, right? So,
I'm not entirely sure it's going to be.
Shut the fuck up. To leave and come back or something. This might just be the new canon
Fucking
if I keep
turn
it
Cody
right.
off. Somebody turn Cody off and on again. Like fucking. Just,
Yeah, This might have to be the new canon if I can't fix it.
I here for it.
I think it's going to be more we're implied reinforcements. Nothing officially announced.
All right, well that sounds great. So I mean, maybe if we come like in the middle of the night, or we know if we're going to be arriving at day or something, that could be helpful information later on. If we're coming in at dusk or something like that, then that'd be great. We can use the night to kind of cover our approach up if we need to do things stealthily like.
What do you remember about the island, Julian?
Mostly flashes. My cell. The pit. The operating room.
Can we get into a rough draft? You know, write that pieces of that down.
I didn't see much of the passages between them.
This was before he had dark vision.
Also,
Yeah,
being
fair.
strapped to a gurney doesn't really help you out.
Lot of tranquilizers.
One more time, I didn't hear you. Lots of what?
Tranquilizers.
Okay.
Stick a knife in your hand and throw you in the pit. Kill or be killed. Strapped
Right.
back to a gurney.
Well, I mean, I don't want to make you relive bad memories and stuff like that, but I assume folk tried to, use them knives on their captors pretty often, right?
Didn't have much of a chance. You're thrown in the pit. You're thrown a knife. You don't die. You get tranquilized and pulled out. You wake up again in your cell or on the table.
Yeah, I don't like. Oh, all right. Well, they use the tranquilizers then, so that's something we need to keep in mind that we might get tranquilizers used on us. What in the hell is a tranquilizer?
Do you not know anything about medical stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I know plenty about medical stuff, but I never heard of a tranquilizer. Is that like a tool, like a stick with like a spear or something?
It's a big rock.
Medicine makes you loopy. He should know about it.
He points at Gloob.
Your skin's poisoned, right?
Hmm?
Lots of other frogs have poison.
Oh, so it's like a poison. Okay, yeah. Why didn't you just say that?
Sort of.
Do you smoke it?
And stick it in you with a needle.
Oh.
Knife of edge. Or edge of knife.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean,
A lot going on.
I'm on the struggle bus today. God.
deconstructing the word tranquilizer. I guess I could say I use tranquilizer pretty frequently.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, just calm down and mellow
Julian's
out.
innocent and has no idea what you're talking about.
He's murdered like a fuck ass load of people, but he has never heard of weed. It's fucking
That's a
insanity.
drug. Oh my goodness.
God damn it.
He's
That's
heard of it, but he
great.
has no idea that one of his companions would stoop.
Oh
so
my
low.
god. That's where he draws the line.
That's just giggle tobacco, that's all.
And Julian has no idea what you're messing with.
Special type of halfling tobacco, that's it. In any
Orcus's
case.
lettuce.
Oh my god.
Now, would that be
like
would that
the
be
worst.
more of Asmodeus's lettuce?
I don't know. This is my first
It's
campaign.
the
I don't know
devil,
about
the
all
devil,
these
you know,
fucking
devil's
shallow-
lettuce. Yeah, Orcus is a demon lord. He's not a devil.
Okay, we're so anyway.
Focus.
All right, so they poison you, and you just get loopy, and they could kind of carry you around wherever you need to get going. And you wouldn't remember anything.
I don't remember much. I didn't even know how long I was gone until I got back. Started asking around.
Right. Well, I mean, like, do they like, is it a blade or like one of Gloob's little blow dart things, or how do they administer a train? I mean, do they have like a gas or something they roll in there and you just fall out, or
I'm not sure how much creative license I'm being given here, DM.
they have to
I look at it this way.
physically walk down
It
there
is
and put a thing in
entirely
their mouth,
possible that
obviously.
Julian could just be straight up wrong. So
Things have changed. It's been.
he could misremember. It was a wild and crazy time. You were on a fuck ass load of drugs in a lot of pain a lot of the time and undergoing extensive, unpleasant amounts of surgery.
Fucking-
I basically
Julian's
say,
like, it was the 60s. What do you want?
I'm
Oh
just
my
gonna,
God.
so basically I'm saying as much of it will be true as I like.
fair enough.
You say something, I'm like, oh yeah, that's good. And I was like, yeah, whoop. The rest of it we'll
Well-
put down to hallucinations.
Do you think that maybe, I don't know, this is reaching, but do you think maybe the guards might be immune to these type of poisons or tranquilizers, or
I wouldn't know.
I mean, I might be able to try to put some of them to sleep.
Group of men mob you after you win your fight. Slam a needle in your neck and you go down.
Oh,
That's
okay.
about all I've got for you.
Oh yeah, a needle in the neck sounds exactly what I was asking.
Also, I was trying to be vague because I didn't know how much license I was being given. But if the DM wants to roll it like that, then cool.
Yeah,
That's
that's
fine.
And I'll just imagine these fucking guys running around like, yeah, knocked out, motherfucker. Don't let them get close.
Man, I hope y'all are ready to make some fucking con saves.
Yeah, I'm glad I got a 16 con. Let's go.
Is tranquilizer a poison?
Depends on the tranquilizer.
It's a magic
It's a
tranquilizer.
disease. No.
Oh, what the?
I mean,
It's a viral-
poisons are a specific thing. So I mean, it depends. Some natural tranquilizers, or most natural tranquilizers are a poison of some kind. It depends on if they're using a natural tranquilizer or if they're using like a synthesized tranquilizer. Like it may be like close enough to a poison. Like maybe you would have like advantage on the save, but you wouldn't be immune to it. Who knows? Cross that bridge when we get there.
Right. Okay.
We're trying to make a plan on next to no information. And I mean, I think we should try to get as much as we can, sure, but I think a lot of this may just go straight out the fucking window as soon as we pull up.
Well, I mean, it's never hurt. It never hurts to have a plan a little bit, or just knowing more information. Like, we know they might have needle things with stuff that makes you fall asleep, so maybe wear, a high collar or something.
Take that with a grain of salt. I don't
Sure.
remember much, like I said.
All right. Well, turtlenecks for everyone, man. Well, trying to think of more questions. What about the rest of y'all? What do y'all think? I mean, I think definitely we need to know maybe if like the size of the island and like a time of day we might be expected to show up. Of course, we won't know until maybe like a day or two before we're going to arrive, if storms and fair winds and what have you. I'm learning a little bit. But I mean, he said that this is going to be kind of like a change up between guards, so maybe it'll be kind of like a skeleton crew and we can sneak past most of them. I mean, I don't know, maybe it would be kind of in our better graces to not kill too many of these guard folk, and since they are more pirates, I don't know. What do y'all think about trying to just kind of get in and do what we need to do and get out?
What if the doctor's looking for Julian.
Right.
What if we just give him Julian?
Just get a sidelong glance like, what the fuck, man?
I mean, he wants you. He can fucking get you.
I mean, you got a bounty on your head?
Of sorts. I don't think it's a public bounty.
You heard anything from the doctor since you've been there? You know, maybe in like letter form or anything like that? No?
Yes.
Just say anything that might make sense?
Oh, you still have it.
Oh.
What's that?
Just pulls it out from behind his back.
Yeah.
What that? Oh yeah, you mean
Actually,
this letter?
He's just like, yeah, let me read it for you. My dearest Julian. Like, wait a minute now. What kind of doctor was this?
Oh, whoops, wrong letter. Wrong letter. It's from the wife, my bad.
Yeah. Grabs it out and rereads it briefly.
Oh man, that was a good guess.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Such an asshole.
Mark just leaning in, looking at the seal of the wax.
Well, he wants to get his hands back on me to figure out what he may have missed the first time.
What he may have missed? Or I guess he kind of left you for dead. The fact that you didn't die means that something was right.
He disposed of me and thinks perhaps he was a little quick.
Whoops.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you're coming to bite his head off or whatever you're trying to do.
Something like that.
Well, I mean, do you think that we could do that? I mean, that could be a potentially good plan. Just say, hey, we've got him. We want to bring this guy to the doctor.
The problem being, if he knows I'm there, he'll be more prepared.
I mean, not if he didn't know about it. I mean, if we just show up and be like, hey, by the way, we got your shark buddy.
But we want a reward.
Right.
Wait a minute, no, if we bring him straight to the front doors, we kind of lose all of our... He's probably just going to say, all right, now get him.
Right? And
What if-
he'd be suspicious having me delivered with no notification or runner or courier or anything. That's my thought on it, at least.
Can you
Right.
see invisible things?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, fucking glue can be invisible now. When? I mean, that's something we can definitely use in the planning, whether it's day or night. You can just go, not be there anymore.
Well, I'm thinking...
Do you remember if this
Definitely, yeah.
place got walls or anything? Is it like a fortress, or we could have glue just jump over the walls?
Yeah, that's a good question. Julian doesn't much remember his time in there, but after he resurfaced, did he see what the outside of everything looked
Oh,
like?
you had drifted way too far by
Gotcha.
then. Because you drifted, like, on the edge of dying, / actually dying, and then got, conversed with,
Resuscitated.
formed a pact, all that fun stuff. You were, yeah, by the time you came all the way to, you were far away.
Cool, got it.
I wonder if we have some time, maybe there's some, because you said it's caves, right? So it's tunnels and caves.
Does Julian remember if it was like unworked stone or worked stone from his gurney trips?
From what you remember, it seemed like you were on the inside. You were inside a fucking building, basically, like with no windows.
Yeah, but someone told us it was.
Yes,
caves.
you were told, I believe, by Artois that it is basically part of like a cave system. that got built into.
Perhaps part of the cave system, but not raw stone.
Well, cave system. Well, never mind. I'm from a fucking swamp. I have no idea about cave systems. Someone else can take that and maybe run with it.
Everyone's from like the same 20-mile
Yeah.
radius.
Y'all are all from the same general ballpark.
Hey, what check would that be, DM?
For what kind of information are you fishing for?
How many
would
caves have you
glue-
been in real life?
I'm just like, cave systems have multiple entrances, right? Like we should have multiple ports of entry into a
Potentially.
cave system,
Potentially.
right? But I don't think Glue would. I don't think Glue would know that.
I mean,
Yeah,
It's
I've
not
got even brain
completely-
knowledge, don't even worry
Okay.
about it.
it's not. I think that'd be more like a history thing. Like we'd use your history as a dichotomy as like a percent, basically instead of percentiles, to see if you had ever run into, because there being a cave somewhere around the whole marshes or something isn't like completely impossible.
I rolled a natural 18, but
I mean, Gloob's probably been in or seen like caves. Maybe not like a big network of caves because marshes are a little. I don't not quite sure in real life whether I feel like logically a big cave network wouldn't do super well in a marshland. But I mean, he's probably seen some caves, and like logically speaking, like maybe you've seen one that was kind of like a tube and had a secondary end, but not anything particularly complex.
if we knew where we were going to some central room, we could, take another entrance into there. But I think that without that, that could actually work against us. We could pop up in the middle of the, hey, here's where fucking everybody kills each other room.
I guess another question to ask is how much traffic the island has, because maybe if we could, anchor a long ways out or something, and maybe you could send some of your birds and fishes out there, maybe get a better idea of the place or something before we have to go in, or...
I definitely intend on taking a closer look before we make our final trip in.
Right, or we could even all try to get a look on the island. I got... Me and Yakov got our rings. We can go through the water pretty good. Maybe just sneak on shore and see how folks move around the island and see how many buildings there might be or lack thereof, or maybe swim around under the water some and see where some exits and entrances might be or something.
Just remember, underwater, y'all are a lot faster than I am.
Also, we don't know. It might just be a one big entrance kind of place.
Right?
But again, I think that level of specificity can get cleared up once I can take a peek.
Level of what?
Specificity. Finer detail.
The specifics of it.
Right, that.
Also starts writing it down.
Working to bolster your vocabulary.
Yes.
Good.
Bolster?
You see just a look of
God.
approval.
If we need to climb over anything, I got this rope. Pull out my rope of climbing, and just kind of like squirming around in my hand.
That rope is wriggling.
Yeah, that's what makes it climb well.
Eh,
You're muted, Bart.
Bart, are you just kind of moving your mouth over there?
Yeah, well, people are talking real loud here.
Yeah, peanut butter stuck in your gums or something.
That's right.
In your dentures.
He just pulls out a modern day placard and starts picking it up. Well, you know, I remember you playing with that thing back in the inn in Seaton. But I mean, you hadn't really used it since then. I totally forgot about it. I mean, if we knew maybe like some patrols of guards, if they keep like a watch or something, we could just throw that sucker up there and just yank him off into the water.
I mean,
If there's like a cliff or something, I don't know what. I really would like. I feel like a lot of plans really dictate on what this place looks like whatsoever.
I'm not sure it works. Like, go tie Julian up.
Oh no! I mean, you never tried to catch rabbits before?
As far as I'm aware, it would very slowly, like, I say very slowly, like, moderate speed. It's basically like, if Julian allowed it to, it would start to tie him up, but...
I'm talking about just having a loop on the ground, and then it just going, and then just yanking that shit. Just enough for it to just kind of grab around their foot, or at least, like, lift up to go around to, like, hey, something like, oh, shit!
So, like, a snare without actually having to set a snare.
Yeah, basically.
It's the snare where you guys are purely the trigger entirely. Yeah.
Regardless of what it looks like, the first time we get a chance to ambush a patrol, definitely see what information we can get.
I've seen you make birds and fish and stuff whenever you kind of do your animal things. Can you make other animals?
It's like, see, because it's not fully a conscious thing he's doing, like, an academic spell, so he sits there for a minute like...
Calling the spirits of, like, predatory animals from that area.
Maybe like a cute little beagle or something?
I don't think so.
I mean, beagles, they're hunting dogs.
I don't think there would be the spirit of a beagle on the island.
Oh, okay, right. So it's got to be like kind of a local denizen kind of thing.
I'm calling to what's already there, yes.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. I was just thinking, you know, it might really confuse somebody, or, you know, be an even greater distraction if they were just walking along and they just found the cutest little puppy, or maybe like a kitten or something.
Oh, it's not a bad idea. I just don't think I could.
All right. I'm just throwing ideas out here. I'm not saying they're all good.
Now's the time for it.
To be fair, if you're gonna think anybody who's gonna like hurt a puppy or a kitten, probably be the doctor, from what I've heard.
Probably try and graft it onto somebody.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to think about that, but I reckon if you're gonna have some sort of super soldier that's part dog, you'd probably want to do it while they're younger, right? Anyway, so this man, I don't like him if he's grafting puppies on the people. Let's just not even think about that. So, yeah, I just really, anytime I try to think of something, it kind of just comes down to us really needing to know what the place looks like. I don't know if we're just going into a guy's house who's got a really lengthy basement, or, you know, a castle fortress up on a cliff's face or something, right?
I do think that regardless of what it looks like, an all-out assault is a bad idea.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know we're going to be going in there, but there's a whole mess of difference in between trying to escape from the gates of a castle or a keep or a crypt or something and just kind of needing to jump out a window somewhere.
Is it more of a sneak around taking out the security forces and then homing in on him? Or try to sneak through and get to him, leaving them intact? so
You
as
said-
not to worry ourselves.
You said part of it was underground?
From what Artois said,
Right, okay.
Also, you
So I
remember
guess-
no windows.
Say,
Ever.
I don't remember any windows.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's something. Do you remember if there's a lot of things made out of wood in there?
Some of the furniture, but that was about it.
Furniture mostly.
Okay. I mean, if all else fails, we might be able to just do a little bit of arson.
While I think it would be a simple matter to sneak around and take out 20 or 30 guards.
How many?
20 to 30.
Okay.
Not like all in one big fight. I meant 3 and
Right.
5
Oh,
at a
yeah.
time.
So that's just pirates.
I am concerned
clarify.
about running into completed experiments. I don't know if they're patrolling with them or just guarding the doctor or locked up in cages awaiting deployment. That is a big hiccup in the plan. Or a dark spot in the plan.
What if you say, instead of us just turning you in, what if you turn yourself in exchange for your brother, and we're just there to escort your brother out?
I don't think he would, though.
You don't think so?
I mean, he'd probably betray us, right?
Almost
Yeah.
immediately,
Right.
I would think.
I mean,
We have
we're gonna do
so-
the same. It's not like he's getting a drop on us there or anything. Like,
right. We just have so few advantages. Him not knowing we're there at first at all is one I am loath to dispose of immediately.
you don't think he would exit his starts with an L.
Laboratory.
There you go.
He would have me brought to him, I would imagine. He is not short on lackeys.
Maybe if we stand on the water, though, where you're comfortable, and you say, we do the exchange, but we do it out on the water. Because, of course, we're not going to give up all of our... He wants you, right?
Then he sends out a half dozen experiments to get me. And do we
Right.
think we can handle that?
But they bring your brother out. No chance he leaves. We tell him you're there to exchange yourself for your brother. We're not going to just give up our positioning for his, so he meets us out on neutral ground.
Or he just says, haha, you brought yourself to me, and sends out the experiments and pirates to apprehend us.
We kill the first wave and we fight them one wave at a time, just like we probably were going to do anyways.
I mean, what stops him from just killing Julian's brother then?
I don't think we can handle more than one or two of those things at once.
Right. We're also kind of course, still throwing out the idea that, this might just be a very long trap they're setting for you, right? I mean, as far as Artois' intelligence has told them that this is going to be a pretty good deal for them, but I mean, there's still always a chance that your brother's in there for the express purpose of him being your brother, right? I mean, he don't really go to Seaton and pick folk up to do experiments on them.
Oh,
It's
he
just-
most certainly is there because he's my brother.
Right. So I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be possible to do without some heavy engagements, right? Not like a sneak one here, sneak one there. I mean, the jig's going to come up eventually, and it's going to be bad.
I think their first notification that we're there should be the same moment that as many of their people are dead as is possible.
I
That's,
imagine he knows that you have a temper. It's not something that I think is a well-kept secret. And we do need to remember he has your brother hostage. This is a hostage situation.
Right.
What stops him the second that he knows we're on the island, just slitting your brother's throat? And
Ideally, we can get to my brother before the jig is up.
yeah, I just want to make sure that you know. I mean, it's a possibility that he might just do that to make you angry. And
I think.
I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I don't want this to be a possibility, and I hate to say it, but it is a possibility, and I don't want you to have that happen and then run off by yourself trying to get the doctor killed.
I also think my brother's as good as dead as soon as the doctor knows I'm within a mile radius. We show up and say, we're here to exchange. He's not going to take him in an exchange.
What I'm trying to say, Julian, we all care about you. And we all want to see you and your brother walk away from this. I need a promise from you that if something happens to your brother that you aren't going to run off by yourself to try to kill the doctor. We're here to help you get your brother safe and to make sure that all of us get off this island.
I'll do my best.
No. I gave you a promise that I would see this done. I want to promise that you won't commit suicide in an attempt to get vengeance.
And I'm
Well-
telling you, I don't know if I can. I don't. Obviously, it wouldn't be intentionally committing suicide. But I've never been in a situation like that specifically. But I'll do my best.
And we'll do our best to make sure it doesn't happen.
Now,
Hopefully logic prevails. And I remember it's easier to kill bastards in a group.
that's true. One thing to consider is that I got a spell that if someone were to fall, I can bring them back within a short amount of time. All right?
Get an odd look from Julian.
What, like, brink
I'll
of
pull
death
out-
kind of
Pull
thing.
out the diamond. Well, more like, if they're still in the neighborhood and hadn't wandered all the way off yet, I guess is a better way to put it. Can kind of get them before they hop on the carriage, so to speak. I was gonna say before the train left the station or before they hopped on the bus, but those obviously are not things in the Greyhawk setting.
Oh. All these euphemisms that just can't be used.
Yeah.
The euphemisms you're using are still going over Gloom's head.
You, can, unkill somebody.
Right, as long as their spirit's kind of hanging around for a second. If that makes sense. So, what I need you to understand is that if there's a situation where that might happen, where maybe the doctor tries to kill your brother.
So I can kill the doctor twice is what I'm getting.
No, that's not how that's gonna work. This is a very expensive diamond, and also I'm not gonna help your bloodlust along in that kind of. I mean, that's not what my magic's about. That's not what Sorololi would want.
Now, if you were a death cleric,
There's a difference between taking out the garbage and playing in it, if you know what I mean. In any case, maybe we should keep in mind that if something like this were to happen, and maybe say, "Stop right there, Julian, or I'm gonna kill your brother dead. You give up, you and your friends just stop, and I'll let him go." He gives him one of those situations, and obviously he's gonna kill all of us, right? I mean, I don't think in any book there's ever been a hero that said, "Stop right here, and I'll let them live," but they'll double cross you the second you put your swords or whatever down. I mean, at least in the story.
Once we set foot on that island, it's us or them.
What I'm getting at is that, and something happens and something inevitably goes wrong, maybe Glue gets to jump on them, or you are angry for whatever reason, or Jakob accidentally chops someone else in half, or I cast a spell and it don't go right, and he hurts your brother, like bad, don't freak out. I might be able to, if we clear everything out in time, bring him back from the brink. If he's strong enough to stay there for a small amount of time. I'm not guaranteeing anything. But keep your cool and don't fly off the handle, because there might be just a slight second chance. But,
Right.
And
He's still clearly struggling with the idea that you can unkill someone.
And I know this probably ain't something Sorololi would like to say, but if that situation arises, go ahead and fly off the handle, because you don't got a lot of time for us to be able to unkill him, as you were calling it. So if he gets hurt bad and he goes down, go in there, initiate, as you might say.
How much time?
I don't know, seconds, handful of seconds, maybe up to a minute, something like that.
That makes sense.
Enough to get, 10 or 20 attacks in, depending on your class.
Oh, what?
What?
Who?
Excuse me?
What? Huh? What?
Should,
I haven't been to school.
push come to shove.
Ah.
Is that something you could get started on while I'm in the business of cutting people's heads off?
I mean, well, I don't mean to maybe give you less faith in my abilities, but shit, I've never done it before.
Bart, generally speaking, through your faith,
Sure.
the understanding granted to you by Sorololi of this magic that you can cast, that you could, but the chances would be far, far greater with assistance. The chances of it working.
Right. I mean, it's gonna. I'd probably need your help doing it, right? I mean,
I can't raise the dead.
It would. Well, I mean, if you can put them in, you can bring them out. I mean, you can help. All I'm saying is,
gonna take your word for it.
It's gonna take a little bit of effort, right? Once the process gets started, I'm gonna need some assistance. I mean, I'm not probably gonna need everybody's help to try and get him back. I will get the ball rolling, so to speak, and I'll need your help to kind of push it over that hill. You'll have to, kind of maybe call to him a little bit, get him to come back, reason with him. Yell at him, scream at him, or whatever.
I'll tell him his wife will have my head if he doesn't come back.
Sure.
That woman would, leave nothing behind.
We should have brought her.
Right. She's savage enough. And he's alive still.
Secretly a 20th level barbarian.
Wouldn't shock Julian in the slightest. He'd be like,
That tracks.
She's just over there, like, what, doing this whole thing. Like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm cracking walnuts. Just fucking gorgeous. Like, oh god.
Kind of sounds like my wife.
You've seen this woman? She looks nothing like your wife. She is.
No, I mean like attitude.
Okay, I was gonna say she is the like
Not
almost the
physically
polar
imposing.
opposite.
not physically imposing.
Right.
Jakob brought up Captain Darby earlier. Maybe you could reach out again and see if he could help us out.
Yeah. You could, bring him here?
You can tell him that we have another eye for him if he wants. Oh wait, you have a certain number of letters and you.
But just see if he'd be willing to come over here and help, and then maybe slip in there, say, if you could have a second eye, would you?
He's a pirate. He fights for treasure. What would we offer him?
A second eye.
He doesn't just fight for treasure.
I don't know anything about
You
this.
haven't read the book, have you?
Can't say that I have.
Art's got it still.
Oh no.
I mean, I finished it. Rila's been reading it, but she dog ears all the pages. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Next thing you see is a frog and a squirrel rolling over in Mortal Kombat in the deck of the ship.
Where's the fucking rat?
You just see the twice the size looming figure of Rila just slowly rising behind Gloom.
Rila,
like
also
the
a
book
rogue.
is faded, and like the back is fucking like the cover of it is just creased to shit because of how many times it's been through. Yeah, that book's
I
been
used
through
to
the
say-
ringer.
Okay. Yeah, it might be something to talk about.
Never hurts to ask for help.
Well. I don't know. I just wish we had more information as to the layout.
Right. I think if we can get a peek at it, or if we can get some more, even some basic information, like, yeah, it's a building and it goes down in some caves, or, like, there's a small town or village on this place and they got all kinds of secret trapdoors to an underground cave facility, or, I don't know.
Tell Sorola Lee if you've been good, she can give you a peek.
I mean, I'd make a map, but I didn't get any paper when I was in town.
Yeah, sorry about that one.
That's a joke anyway. I did forget to get paper, though. Yeah, they had oregano there, so that's good.
I've got the one sheet.
Well, let's save it for a rainy day.
Can I see it real quick?
No.
It's already got like all the
Denied.
the notes from the talk with the captain are all on one side.
Gotcha.
Well, message Julian's brother, see if we can. I know he's going. Actually, I don't know if I was wrong for that conversation. If he's in the same position you were, he might not be able to. But maybe if he tries really hard, he can remember some stuff for us and relay it to us. And also, you've seen you make people with your hand before, Julian. Maybe you can make the doctor, and we get some information out of him by
What?
messaging him. You show Bart the doctor, and Bart talks to him.
Do we want him to know we are taking action against him?
I think he knows. He sounds like a smart guy if he knows how to attach things and detach things. He probably knows that we're on the way in some form or fashion.
I mean, you never saw the doctor cast any spells or anything, right?
Nothing obvious as such.
All right. Well, you know, I mean, I can make myself known to him if I was able to get a connection, but that connection being made, he'd know of me, Bart, at least from voice, and he could probably message me back. If he starts messaging me back, then maybe he can. I mean, there's a thing called scrying to where he can kind of, well, basically what that stick did, and he might be able to come peek at us, and that might not be such a good thing to have happen, because then he might see.
Very bad.
Right, he might see what boat we're on, or when we're talking to a captain, and then write a letter before we even get there, or something like that.
Plus, there's a big difference between they are at some point going to come after me, and they'll be here in a week.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he might not be able to pinpoint just what, like, okay, I mean, I've seen this in 2 or 3 stories, like you got a crystal ball, and you kind of rub on it some, and then you can see stuff in it. It works just like that.
Well,
but he might not be able to tell exactly where we are, but I think if he saw the boat we were on, that'd be trouble for our employer, for sure.
Why wouldn't he already be doing that?
I don't know.
I think if he could do that, I mean, I'm not saying he can't, but if he could, he most likely already is.
Maybe Julian's too slippery, and
maybe he's just not going to spend a whole lot of resources when he knows he can get Julian to come to him.
That's fair too.
Or hopefully he just can't do that kind of shit.
Yeah, that'd be cool too.
Yeah, maybe he's just an old guy with more meanness than sense.
Can you do this far-seeing, scrying stuff?
I don't got a crystal ball or nothing.
Kind of like side-eyes the door, like, what if these planets fucking...
Ian, did I see a crystal ball in Calathus's room?
Roll a wisdom check for me.
Fuck, I just got Gloob killed.
Flash of genius.
You can't even cast 5th level spells.
17.
I know I can't.
Okay. What was that, Gloob?
17.
17? Not that you recall.
I go grab you one, but I have no clue where.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never done that before either. I know the basics, you know, pretty well how it should work, right? But
I mean, once you described it, I've seen things in stories, but didn't know, like, people just did that.
yeah, it's pretty scary. Sometimes some of them books get some of the magic right. But anyway, hell, I don't know. Maybe we wait on a little bit and see what kind of plans we can come up with. Maybe at least talk to Prospero again at some point. Maybe after I discover what his favorite food is. And we can talk to him when he's nice and full and happy. And then, say, hey, you remember if there's a giant fortified stone wall fortress we're going into, or just a couple of houses in a cave network? Somewhere in between. Anyway. Anybody else got any ideas?
No. For the first night, I think it's a good start.
All right.
We'll keep thinking and maybe ask a few more questions or find a crystal ball.
Now you said one extra thing I just want to kind of clear up. You said you remember getting pushed through these hallways on a gurney, right?
Barely.
Would you say that these hallways were 5 feet wide or maybe 10 feet wide? Closer to one or the other.
Easily enough,
can't
closer to
swear,
10 feet wide.
Oh, okay.
A bit
Hey,
wider.
yeah.
It's a whole
Oh.
gurney that had space, so yeah, closer to 10 feet
Okay.
wide.
I mean that's something, right? I mean we can kind of move around a little bit better. I mean bad folk, if they're coming after us, can move around a little bit better. But as far as getting an idea on what type of situations we could be in, a little more open space than we had going into the Swahagan lizard folk den. All right.
How
Well-
large is this individual? Is he skinny? Is he a heavier
Yeah,
set?
Yeah, I reckon you can still show us what he looks like.
Is he human?
Far as I can tell.
And based on what memories he has, he will call up a shadowy, watery replica of the Doctor.
Roll a wisdom check for me.
Yeah.
I got a wisdom score that's not in the garbage can. Hey, 16.
16?
13 plus 3?
So. And before you appears some of the details a little muddy, but a very slight human man. Middle age, probably somewhere in the realm between 40 and 50. Looks like based just off of this image. Slender, very slender, but very and a paler skinned individual, very kind of close cropped, slicked back, dirty blonde hair with a pair of glasses that are kind of the little, the little tiny little tiny spectacles kind of rested on the end of his nose with some very kind of watery blue eyes, and dressed in like a doctor, like seems to have this long coat, not quite like modern day doctor coat, but a long coat that seems to kind of go down and past like down to like his knees, and seems to cover most of his arms and everything with these wearing gloves as well. To cover his hands, seeming to be very clean, not like a very thin leather gloves, so they don't have rubber gloves in this day and age. So you use reusables to keep your hands. But it's so odd because with all of the pain and misery he caused Julian, and all the stuff that you've heard about him and seen, like the stuff he's created, he looks normal. He looks like you could see him walking down the street in Seaton, in Saltmarsh even. He looks like a guy.
Jacob just kind of goes like this with his hand, and then remembers that he has promised to let Julian take his head. Just kind of brings his hand back to his chest.
Oh, and sorry, kind of mousy features. So kind of like smaller nose, kind of thin lips. Looks like he'd probably be like a school teacher.
Sure, every school teacher feels great that that's your description of them.
Hey man. Evil is unassuming sometimes.
Does this
Breaking
person
news.
look familiar at all?
Dungeon Master Ian thinks school teachers are evil.
This just in. To Gloob specifically, or to anybody else?
I mean, I am asking for Gloop's perspective, but
Oh,
look
no,
familiar
absolutely not.
or...
No.
Okay.
So
All right. Well, at least we have a face to it now.
Oh, ready to use that bottle, Jakob?
I mean, sure.
Sploosh.
I mean, I just need my tub filled up for tonight.
Oh yeah, sure. I
Alright.
thought you were gonna have me hit him with it.
Oh, yeah, you can do that too. That sounds funny.
I was more thinking of having my lions eat his corpse when he's dead, but
After
sounds
I'm done,
closer.
sure.
oh, of course, after whatever you want to do with his body.
Now I'm
Oh,
curious how
one
the
last thing
logistics work.
before we break for the evening, and just something to keep in mind. He has an assistant. Little bastard that does his bidding. Makes everything happen when he's not there. Goes by the name Adeline. I've mentioned him before. It's the only name I've got. But if we find him, we could probably get all the valuable information we need.
You know
That's
what he
all.
looks like?
Trying to remember if I gave a description for him.
Also roll another wisdom check while you're looking for that.
It's up a fucking blob. It's like, oh. Take that as a no.
Nice.
And 18 on that one.
Let's go.
Nice. I don't remember if you did either. So, oops.
I've got it pulled up. Da-da-da-da.
My first instinct is that you didn't, because I would have thought I would have seen that. But if you did, let me know. Alterations can be made. So,
Does not look like I did.
okay. I didn't
It's
think
like,
so.
It looks like he's got a con of 4, a strength of 1, and intelligence of 6.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. That is not the case. This is a more striking individual than the doctor himself. Like, just standing out a little more visually. Like I said, doctor looked like you could literally put him anywhere and he would probably blend in. Adeline, not as much. Adeline is a tall elven man with dark black hair, like pitch black. So pulled back in a very short kind of top knot, kind of, I say top knot, except it's kind of in the near the middle of the back of his head, but a more kind of olive complexion and just kind of these dark kind of gray green eyes, dressed similarly, however, to the doctor, that long coat, tight, very thin leather gloves, and more kind of elegant facial features, kind of that long straight nose would probably be, by most people, be considered very conventionally attractive.
Awesome.
Does not have glasses. Not as much of a nerd. But also significantly taller, because elf.
Taller?
Than the doctor.
Wild. Elves usually short as fuck.
I think that depends on the elf. The fantasy version of elves that you're looking
I was
at.
talking about in like original D&D lore. Anyway.
I've always
I
thought
don't
of
know
it as
how you
being
do in your-
taller.
I don't know how you do in your world.
Anyway, so now have
So we got big Altmer energy in here.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
that's where I pull it from. I don't know. But I have visuals of both the doctor and his assistant Adeline. Is everybody? Are y'all convening for the evening?
I believe so, yes.
Jakob is
Yeah.
gonna go up the deck real quick.
Sure. What you doing?
Much like Julian, even though he doesn't know that he did this, he's also gonna go to the prow of the ship.
Are you gonna? You're gonna. You gonna Titanic it?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's gonna stand with his hands on the rail, with a 1,000-yard stare, looking at the horizon, and just say, "There's a storm coming, Doctor. You and Adeline will be washed away." And then head back inside for the night.
Okay.
And he'll just kind of rub his hand absently.
Okay. Alrighty. So everybody beds down for the night. This is where we're gonna go ahead and take our break. It's a little later, but we were doing stuff. So we'll be right back. Gonna do a quick bio. Everybody's gonna refresh drink, stand up, stretch, etc., etc. Encourage you to do the same, but leaving your Twitch or your YouTubes in the same spot because we're gonna be right back. So you should be right back as well. With that being said, though, bye. Hmm. And hello, everybody, as I start to cough again. Fuck. It's us. Again, the folks, the dudes, the fellas, the homies, who were all here like a short little bit ago. Light flashing, that's weird. But we're back. We play some more Dungeons and Dragons. Very few dragons and only a couple dungeons in this campaign so far. We probably need to rectify that. 2. Exactly 2. There was one y'all saw one in the distance, and then one a little closer up. So yeah, a couple dragons, very briefly. No intimate like interactions with them though, which is kind of sad. That being said, before we went on our break, our heroes had a nap, and then they woke up, and they went about their day. Gloob, observing Prosper Artois, trying to get a vibe, trying to check his vibe from like 60 or so feet away, having some trouble. Julian went and had a brief conversation, asking some questions, rapid fire style, about the doctor's laboratory, his lair, as it were, kind of seeing if he could figure out some info for the party to begin to plan. Getting some, not super detailed, but you know, what can you do? Before talking to both Bart and Jacob and Gloob about the situation, trying to convince Jacob to maybe try to do things to help around the boat, and Jacob immediately going, no. Gloob being a little more receptive, Bart already doing his cooking thing. Gloob, though, being shut down by the first mate. Assistance was not required. Julian did some fishing, catching some stuff with a nice 18 in the survival check department. And then they had dinner. And then they planned extensively, or tried to. Trying to figure out maybe going over potential plans, like maybe they would give up Julian as like a bait thing, or maybe they would try to be like, hey, we'll give you Julian in exchange for a Bari, but only if you come out here away from the safety of your lair. And they weighed their options, and they thought about it, and they talked about it, and ultimately they've decided that they kind of need to be able to at least get a little bit of a glimpse of maybe what they're walking into before they try to get too much into the nitty-gritty details. But they're getting the juices flowing. They still have a few days before they get there. And so that's where we're going to rejoin our boys this night, if there's anything else anybody would like to do. Jacob just dramatically on the prow of the ship, let the doctor know the storm's coming for him. And Adeline, the assistant of the doctor. So, gentlemen, is there anything else you would like to do tonight?
Send some messages. One to Julian's wife. Standard fanfare.
Standard fanfare response.
I'll send another one to his brother.
Okay.
And more specifically, I'll ask, hey, I hope you're holding in there. What's happening to you? Can you give us any details?
No response this time.
Okay, well, I'm glad that's a stupidly good roll. Bart hasn't told anyone that he's sending messages out. So he's just kind of doing his little thing over there, and with a 19 plus 5 deception check, he's just trying to seem casual. He's like, that's not good. His brother's like right here. He could be dead. We just had a talk about this. Maybe he's just unconscious and just, he's got some of that good tranquilizer. Bart was talking about coming around and being more honest with everyone and trying to make sure there weren't any lies between everyone. So, one last time, Captain Darby.
Okay.
Hey, Captain, it's Bart. How are you doing? Hope you're faring well on the high seas. And that you fucking exist. Let me know. Shit. That's it.
Seconds pass, minutes pass. No response.
Shit. All right. Well, Gloob, I need to talk to you. I've been shitty.
Do
Owe you an apology.
you need help wiping?
No, nothing like that. I
Good.
told you a lie. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. We got to be more honest with each other. We can't hold secrets from it. I'm not gonna do it. It's against me. I never made contact with Captain Darby. I just wanted to make you feel like I was able to reach him and that make you feel good. This is a terrible thing to do. I did it out of a good place in my heart. I wasn't trying to make fun of you or anything like that. I know you was your hero, and I wanted you to believe in something out there. It was wrong of me, and I'm ashamed.
You did it for a good reason. I probably needed it.
Do you mind if I insight check Glue?
Go for it.
Fuck, why do I roll bad when I really want to roll good? Fucking 13 total.
I'm trying to. He's been genuine. He doesn't think you'd lied to him to try to hurt him.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't know what the next day would bring. It's wartime, and
That makes sense to me.
you sure? I mean, it's all right if you're mad. You don't gotta hold it in or nothing.
I'm not mad at you. Why would I be mad?
Okay. Get a hug?
Can you get one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Bring it in.
Yeah, bring it in. Whew.
And then he shanks you 17 times.
Don't you fucking ever do that again. He just has like a fucking dagger to Bart's throat. Well, I'm all right. Well, I don't want there to be any fibs or anything between us, and yeah.
That's great. We'll get in touch with him somehow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I just tried to message him now, and I didn't get a response. But as often as I can, I promise. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
How did I know that's where that was going?
All right. And then Bart's just gonna be like, fucking give Julian like 3 quick glances. It's just fucking like, okay, I gotta roll in bed.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody would like to do tonight?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
No.
I got a pearl
Pew,
of
pew,
power.
pew. You do.
Bye, y'all.
Level
Um,
spell slot
Guiding
back.
bolt one of us. Whatever. Fire.
It's the sound he
Power
makes.
Sorolely.
That's the sound he makes every time he sends out a fucking message. Sending.
Bam!
BAM!
That makes sense.
He's launching it into the stratosphere.
This is over dramatic. Sending a message. Okay. I'm gonna try to reach Yakub's wife again. Mr. just Yakub's wife. I don't know if you can hear this, but your family might be involved in some stuff. Might need to head on out of there.
I need to head on out of. Unless I miscounted.
Out of there.
Head out of there.
You said something in that first message like, fuck, I can't even remember, but it was another fucking conjunction, and I was like, I can kind of count that as one.
What you mean? That's one word, right?
It's one of those yard of situations.
Y'all, I'm just saying, Southerners make superior sending users.
It's gotta be the best mages in this country is.
Only for communication though. That's it. That's the only spot. Like,
God damn it! Now
really.
I have to make like how civis country is fucked now.
I'm just thinking of the that one super Cajun dude from Waterboy as like a wizard, and no one can ever counterspell him because they have no fucking clue what he's casting.
Sounds like Boomhauer.
Yeah.
Guys, hey man, you don't go dang old fireball.
Anyway. Okay, I'm done.
By the time they know it's coming, it's too late.
It's like sleight of hand, but with spells.
Except it has the drawback of nobody can understand you ever. So you're like, anyway, send out message. Feel the magic leave. No response.
Okay.
Damn, Jakob's wife don't exist either.
That's fucked up.
You know, felt like maybe after reading about Captain Darby, you know, might have been able to pin him down. One day we're gonna find like a new version of the Adventures of One-Eye Darby, and it's gonna have a picture of the author like inside the sleeve or on the back, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna message that guy and be like, where's the real one, motherfucker? Where's the real one?
You think that do you think books at this point in time had pictures of the author in the back?
No, it's a fucking joke. But magic, you never know.
Also, this is an autobiography, so
All right.
It
First
turns
of
out
all,
One-Eye Darby's actually Glue from the future.
you been looking at my notes or something? That'd be funny because all of a sudden, like, you're sending these messages and they're just going to Glue. And Glue's just going, Bart, what do you want? Anyway. So, anything else for the evening? Yes, no, maybe so.
I'm good.
99 to hunt it.
Julian is in bed already.
It's fair. But, oh,
Jakob's fucking with the eye.
oh my lord. I can't help but imagine kind of like the Mad Eye Moody Eye, where it's kind of like jerking around when it's not in somebody's head. Kind of like, I'm supposed to look at something, but I don't know what. Anyway. Y'all go to sleep. Night passes. When you wake up the next day. I will say, actually,
Oh no.
y'all are all below deck. Give me a round of perception checks real quick.
Is that at advantage? I don't imagine I'm sleeping with the shield on my person.
Yeah, just roll it straight.
he uses it
It's
as
like
a cover.
it's like a comfort blanket. You got your arms wrapped around it, like.
Julian having those bad dreams.
24.
24?
17.
17?
14.
14. Okay. I'm gonna say with a 12 and above, basically, and it's only that difficult because you guys are all the way on the bottom deck. Ship doesn't stop moving during the night.
My 5 didn't get it? Come
No.
on.
You were out like a light. The boat did not stop moving during the night. Not entirely. Like, it seemed like they weighed anchor for everybody to eat and stuff, but then it kept moving.
All right.
Okay. So, next day comes. Anything anybody would like to do today? Aside from somebody rolling a d20.
Oh shit! I got this one. I got it.
I'm
you
going
yeah, if you want to.
first, mate.
Okay.
7.
7. Alrighty. Go ahead and roll a d6. Somebody, I suppose.
4.
4. Alrighty. Okay.
4 Krakens show up.
4 Krakens. No Krakens. No Krakens. Alright. And, okay, so what was everybody wanting to do today?
I'm gonna continue doing mostly the same thing that I did yesterday, and I guess see where we're at by noon. And you said you had that as a raw charisma roll.
Yeah, if you're trying to ingratiate yourself with the crew.
17.
Okay. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Okay. 25 cooking check.
Nice.
Wondering what was going on over there.
Intense math.
Yeah, I mean, adding 3 whole numbers together?
It's a lot. That's why you roll the d4 first. Put it onto your total bonus, and then you roll the d20.
Yeah.
Too much for an NA education.
Fair.
Okay, so you're doing that. I'm pointing in the wrong directions as far as the screen is concerned. That's what you're doing, and then you said you're going to find Arsted,
Yep.
correct? Okay. Easy enough to do, just like kind of first thing in the morning.
Yeah, whenever I realized that we never really stopped.
Okay.
And I'll walk up to him. Hey,
What? Yeah. What do
I
you need?
noticed we were sailing through the night. Are we gonna get there quicker than anticipated, or are we getting there in 5 days at this speed?
You're gonna get there in 5 days at this speed. Y'all are exchanging vessels. We're creating plausible deniability.
For what happened at Holzarth?
For what you all are about to do.
Okay.
All right.
Can you let us in on that plan a little bit, so we know?
You're changing ships.
Okay. And that's the whole reason we're sailing through the night.
So that we can reasonably say that we were somewhere else. Based on time.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Insight check, please.
Sure, roll an insight check.
Dirty 20, 19 plus 1.
D20. Weirdly enough, as much as you struggle to read humans, it seems, or humanoids, seems to be being honest.
Okay. With him being honest with me, and I'm thinking he's going to shoot straight with me. Where's Artois' head at right now? With us. Or with me specifically, either one.
Roll a persuasion check.
Is he in the headspace to have a conversation with me? 10.
10. just kind of looks at you, and like Arsten's always been pretty cordial, like and a little friendly at times as well. And you just kind of look at him. You trying to convince him, and like you do like a flash of like irritation. You'd have to try talking to me yourself, I suppose.
That's the plan. I just want to know when would be a good time to do that. I'm not trying to upset him or anybody else on the ship more than I already have.
You don't got much time. You got it at most the rest of today.
We're switching ships tonight then.
Correct.
I'll let my friends know. I'll turn around and go downstairs.
Okay. Okay. Anything anybody else is doing right this moment? Or is everybody available to be met?
Julian was going to spend the day meditating.
Okay.
Specifically trying to get as in touch with his primordial self as possible. Because he has no idea how this works. So he's just like, alright,
Yeah.
let's channel this bitch.
I got you. So as Gloob, you went up to asking this like pretty much first thing you said as soon as you woke up and were like, yeah, we were moving all night. Okay. So, Jakob, anything in particular you're doing?
Attempting to carve another handle for my hand axe.
Okay. Roll a woodworking check.
That is plus proficiency?
Should be
Okay.
proficiency plus dex.
Okay. 21.
21, very nice. What are you trying to carve specifically? Oh,
Just
because you
trying to
broke
get
it.
Another
Yeah. Easy enough. Like it's not nothing terribly complex. So with a 21, you are well on your way to having another handle carved.
Yeah.
But
With a cool little Y on the bottom. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Got YM. It's kind of one of those where like the Y and the M are kind of intersecting to being the same letter. Okay. Easy enough. You are well on your way, and we'll probably bang this out before lunchtime. Okay. So Gloob, easy. I'd say easy enough to gather everybody, unless anybody would like to not be gathered.
Hey, I spoke to Arstead today. I don't. My bucket was moving all night. I figured we were sailing, so I went to talk to Arstead about it. We're going to be switching ships tonight. It's going to come up quickly.
So soon.
Yeah, I think they're creating shit. Possible differential or something like that.
Plausible deniability.
That one was it. I didn't have time to write it down.
You're good.
So they sailed through the night. They're gonna kick us off the ship tonight to somewhere else. It's still gonna take us 5 days to get there, though.
All right. Well, I guess we should try and do any more talking we need to do with them before today's over with then.
I got one last conversation I want to have with Artois, but other than that, I'm settled.
All right.
I think we've about gotten the information we're going to get out of him.
I mean, he's been to the island before, right?
Not inside, he said.
Right. Well, I mean, if he could just say if it's like a fortress or flat place, or I mean, I don't know. Just getting some of the basic information would be good. I mean, well, if we're going to scout it out, I reckon it's not going to be too much of a big deal, but that's not important. I mean, I'd still like to just touch base with them and have a talk or something.
You mind asking, I've already asked him several lines of questions.
All right. Okay. I'll try to inquire amongst the crew what his favorite food may or may not be, or if anyone knows, or at least to make something similar. He looks like a potato salad kind of guy, honestly. That's how I put my money on. Anyway,
Fucker says frog legs. I swear to God.
Well, oh, just cause he's got a French accent. he got like frog legs. Man, wouldn't that be an awesome little like makes eye contact? Frog legs. Bum bum.
It's
Well,
self-defense
Gloop,
at
I'm
that point,
sorry.
guys.
Do what?
to chop one of his legs off.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
legs, plural.
Oh shit. Gotta get
He said, "I don't like frog leg. I like frog legs."
Gotta get double peg legs. I mean,
You get the peg legs with the boots of elbow kind, so you don't hear the.
oh god. Okay. So,
Yeah.
what's everybody doing? You said you're trying to find out Artois' favorite food.
Yep.
Noted. Roll an investigation check, Bart.
An investigation. Okay, that's cocked. I was like, it's like right there, humping between an 8
Roll
and natural 20.
investigation with charisma.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's one higher. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
I fucking got it, boys. I fucking got it. Charisma. I don't think I have investigation. No, okay, I don't have investigation. 21.
You rolled a natural 20?
No, I rolled a 19.
Oh yeah, you have
said
a
charisma
okay,
instead
that's
of
right. Yeah,
investigation.
that's right. You have a fucking 14 charisma. I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. 21. Artois' favorite food. What is Artois' favorite food?
You had like 3 hours to figure this out.
Make it impossible to make the ice cream.
I had a general idea, and then I basically was like, I know what it isn't. that's where I got where I went with it. So we're gonna
He's like,
gonna roll.
Skittles. Like, what?
What's a Skittle?
He
Oh.
loves his Skittles.
He's a delicacy from my
Taste
own.
the rainbow.
Okay. God damn it. So I'm gonna we're gonna go what you learn from the crew is that is that his oh god shit, how does that translate? I'm fucking there's a name of a country in there that doesn't work. 1 second.
French fries.
I was gonna go with French
Yeah,
onion
that
soup,
is
but
French.
then I was like, there's French in there. We can't do that.
Toast.
So it's gonna be like a blue steak. Why not? Blue steak, lightly seasoned, instant seared on both sides. But above
Yeah.
like a real nice like Wagyu beef.
Yeah, I'm sure we have that.
You know, all of them all of them cows. I mean, their tails are wagging the whole time. Yeah, they're wagging beef.
But just not like a really nice steak.
All right.
So that is Artois' go-to if he has the option.
I'll try to. I ain't got no fucking Wagyu beef, but
I hate to break it to you guys. I'm neither smart nor creative enough to think of something pretentious enough. I feel like.
yeah.
So-
I mean, hopefully he wasn't gonna be like, he
Foie
enjoys
gras.
like
Foie gras.
escargot or some shit like that.
Croquembouche.
We could do some sea snails now. Sea snails escargot. It's gonna be fucking awful, but
That sounds terrible.
escargot is not good at all.
Julian, we got a special request for you. We gotta do some deep dive.
Big
See that rock?
Anyway, so that's what you're doing. Jakob, Julian, Glue.
No, Julian's meditating.
Oh.
I am watching Artois.
Julian, roll percentiles for me. While you're meditating on
What?
that primal savagery,
Oh,
trying to
shit.
get in touch with your wild side. Yeah.
Oh no, this was just meant to be RP.
Lightning strike.
That's crazy.
32.
RP. What was that?
32.
32? Okay. You meditate. Trying to get in touch with your more animal instincts. The rumblings are there as always. You are glaring very hard at your monitor. That man's
So I'm
mad.
just imagining Fucking Julian's just like,
Fucking pissed. I'm fucking pissed. Oh. Yeah. Inner anger, not inner peace. I want inner rage.
Julian's a Sith. Hell yeah.
Anyway.
He said, peace is a lie. Let's
Okay.
get crunk.
God
The
damn.
Sith would have a lot easier time recruiting if that was their fucking slogan.
That was the tagline.
Peace is a lie. Let's get crunk.
Good lord.
I paraphrased.
Anyway, Jakob, you're finishing up your handle for the next little bit. Anything else you want to be doing?
I just want to make this handle
Sick.
very fancy.
Nice. Fancy as hell. All right, Glue. Anything for you, buddy?
I'm just watching Artois,
Just watching
and yeah, and then I'll have if I see like the ship get into line of sight and like we're getting near and it's the end of the day and everything,
Mhm.
I would then like last minute as possible, then I'll save myself like 30 minutes to an hour maybe to have a conversation with them.
Sure. All right. Anybody who is doing whatever they're doing on the top deck, roll a perception check for me. I think that may be just Glue, but I have no idea where Julian is meditating.
I get advantage being in the crow's nest or anything.
On his cot.
Oh, so
19.
you said 19?
Yeah, 15 plus 4 for
Oh,
19.
very nice. Yeah, so you notice as you guys are sailing around, probably a little bit after lunch, kind of not quite getting into the evening or like late afternoon, but a little bit after a good bit after, like an hour or two after lunch. You're one of the first to notice as something starts to break through the water on one side of the ship, and it's multiple somethings. Just a couple of these like long, sleek, kind of silvery gray fish, you guess? Up, splash. Up, splash. And there's just like 5, 6 of them, it looks like, just all kind of surfacing, kind of some of them only coming up a little bit, a couple kind of jumping up out of the water. It seems to get the crew's attention. And then you see one more finally that kind of jumps way higher up out of the water than all the others. That is like bright pink before it comes crashing down, and all the crew seem to start kind of looking over. Nobody seems to be frightened, but you do see some people that are laughing and kind of looking over and glancing at them, and just taking it. It doesn't seem particularly threatening, but just nice. See little cheerful little sea animals. They're very talkative, very chittery.
Are they dolphins?
Yes.
Okay.
Gloob just has no idea what a fucking dolphin is.
Okay.
And the pink one looks like a dolphin, but is pink.
Hell yeah.
Gloob has been kicked out of this group several times at this point, so he will let them enjoy their dolphin spectating on the side of the ship. Then I will stay up in the crow's nest.
Yeah, they don't spend too terribly long. It definitely is mostly like a passing. Like, oh, hey, that's nice. More people make a point to go over and look once the pink one makes an appearance. But other than that, they're around for a little bit. It paced the ship for a while before disappearing again. And like that, the day passes. Those of you doing the things that you're going about doing. But ultimately, as you start coming into the evening, no, they don't really they don't break for dinner like normal. They kind of you get told, Bart, if you're planning on cooking it up, that basically they're gonna push through until you guys have been dropped off. Just make sure, kind of get this so they can get turnaround on however they plan on being elsewhere as quickly as possible. When they push on through, and there's barely any light left, just that really dark purple and that really kind of rusty orange that's left of the sun. When we'll say your 21 carries over, Gloob.
Thank you.
Or 19, sorry, 19 carries over, as you do see a much smaller ship kind of coming in at an angle to you guys. But the rest of you are gathered. They let you know that the ship that you guys are going to be departing on, will be switching to, will be kind of in the next like 15 minutes.
Next 15 minutes? Oh shit.
Like I said, that's when they come and let everybody know. You see it earlier than that.
Gotcha.
You would have seen it before this went out.
I'll when I see it, I'll message Julian real quick and just say, the ship's in sight. Go and tell everybody to start getting their things together.
Got it. And he will do so.
What's Artois doing?
At the helm. Seems to still be sailing. Probably currently looks like he's talking to Calathus.
Wait till Calathus steps away.
Okay. Doesn't take long, like a minute or two. He kind of goes off about his business.
I'm going to I'm gonna walk up to Artois.
Okay, you just kind of walk up to him.
Yep.
All right. Say anything on approach? We're just walking up
Sort
to
of
him.
looking in the direction of the ship we're going to.
It's weird. Like the way it looks like, it almost looks like this ship is coming from the same direction you guys are, but it's kind of like like I said, they're kind of coming up catty corner to you.
Gotcha.
So y'all aren't on like a direct course. You would kind of have to look back a
Gotcha.
little bit.
I will sit there quietly until he breaks the silence.
Okay. You sit there for like almost 10 minutes.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
make that steak with the 26.
You do your best. I will say, there's actually roll percentiles for me.
Sure.
Before you do, high-low.
Always high.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
That's a 3.
There's no beef on this vessel.
No.
There's no like raw beef for you to make a steak with.
All right.
Impossible steak.
I mean, that's that. Most of the provisions that are on here,
Yeah.
there's some stuff for cooking. There's no really raw meat. There's a lot of dried stuff that can be used to like then be used to make like stews and soups. But they don't. There's not really a good way to keep raw meat good on a boat.
All right. How hard can I prestidigitate a nice slab of fish to make it look like fish, look like well cooked fish, but surprisingly have the taste of beef.
I mean, what are the details on prestidigitation?
All right, let's see. Ba, ba, ba. You can chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour.
So, I mean, I'll say that the limitation on it is kind of like it's to the best of your experiences. Is to what you kind of how you're limited because you have to have experienced it to be able to like input
Yeah.
that flavor in there. So, is as best as you think Bart could. Sure.
Okay. I mean, Bart has had a good rare steak before. I mean, a good steak, same thing. But
He's over there like, oh yeah, good, well done. No
No,
pink left in the middle.
fuck you.
Just like leather. Just
I'll
like
put
how
some
Mama
put
used
put
to
some
make it.
ketchup on that bad boy. Whoop, doggy. That's a good steak right there.
Make him walk the plank.
Hard Knock Dice does not endorse this heresy.
No, we do not.
No, sir.
Jesus.
Yeah. So just trying to, by means of magical assistance, make a fillet essentially
Mhm.
that he can cut into, taste like a juicy rare steak.
Okay.
It will not have the proper texture.
Yeah.
Might have some of the juiciness, and it'll have protein value. A big slabbing cut of fish, and that's the best I can do. Serving it cut on a plate like a steak with baked potato.
Okay. So you whip it up. Nobody's kind of eating, so you're kind of like set aside and hope he eats it before the hour is up.
I would take it to him
Okay.
as a this here you go as we're leaving kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. We're gonna how are we gonna resolve this? Well, Gloob was already there. We're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do Gloob. So they said you stand there, and he just kind of ignores you for like 10 minutes. If you are going to stand there for so long, I assume it is for a reason.
A DC is all he said. If you're going to stand there for so long, I assume it was for a reason.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just make sure.
Yep.
I'm not going to apologize or feel sorry for trying. I can't. You and all of my friends have so many years. You have so much time to do what you want to do. You have time, you have politics, you have kids that you can teach to do the right thing and have them go do that. I don't have that. I don't have that time. I don't have anyone else that I can teach to do the right things so that they can so that they can make change. What I am sorry for is I hurt something that you believe in. And it didn't end the way I wanted it to. I thought them having the choice would be enough, and it's not. If you have plans and you want people to help you with those plans, from my perspective, all of your princes look over those pits every day, including yours. And you and your pale flower are just as complicit as everyone else. You haven't given me any reason to believe otherwise. I'll turn to him. So give me a reason to believe, Captain. And maybe next time I won't make such a mess of things.
Roll a persuasion check for me real quick. With advantage.
Two natural 20. Let's go.
It wasn't two natural 20s, but I did get a natural 20 on the first one.
Hell yeah.
For a 24 total with my D4.
Nice. Okay. Sit there. You say all this and doesn't interrupt, surprisingly. Let's say your whole piece. Just kinda You know something. It doesn't matter how long you have to live. It never seems like enough time. There's too much. Too much to do. There's too much to see. Too much to experience. It's never enough time. I will be dead. Long, long before the pear flower. Probably sooner rather than later, I imagine. The thing is that as long as people are alive, they have a chance. You met Ward, yes?
Yeah.
How does it feel to interact with, which is probably one of the most powerful spellcasters within the holdings?
I mean, he's weird, but
Yeah, that's fair.
we all are.
That is true enough. But as long as he was alive, he had the chance. He got it eventually. Perhaps he's changed because of it. But he's around now. But then you do have those who are like Ferenzo. As long as he was alive, he had his chance. And now he is probably worse for it, I imagine, so he may not agree. He changed as well. Everybody changes how they have to make it. Whatever their circumstances are. To fulfill her vision, it is an especially hard road for everybody who flocks to our banner. Everybody is getting the shit into the stick somewhere. If it is not the slavery, as you said, will end. It will end. As these are people who have been driven away from their homes for many reasons. People believe they are cursed, or they committed some petty crime, or they didn't commit a crime at all. Driven from their homes. Perhaps there was no money, and they were starving to death, and they were watching their family starve to death. So they left. They did the only things that they could do. They robbed people. Eventually they ended up doing it on the water. And as soon as you are labeled a pirate, that is it for you, as far as the law. As far as the law is concerned, you die. You will die. Simply for trying to survive. Doing what you have to do to live. For your loved ones to live. So we are trying to make somewhere better. That is her vision. That is what she wants to do. But the people that attracted are not all so forward thinking. You have Breakbow and Valenthal and Calibrand Zoot to a degree, and their perspective leaders. And like attracts like. Some of them are cruel. And some of them are cruel only because someone was cruel to them. Trying to do anything the way you try to do it will result in nothing but slaughter. Everybody, it would implode. It would be the death of the dream. And I cannot allow that. One day, perhaps, we will have created something where people are not having to struggle. It won't be those who are strong of will and body who will survive. But for now, that is what we are having to do. That is the price that those of us who are around now will pay. We will bear that burden. And hopefully, many, many after the fact will not have to anymore. It never feels like enough time.
How many years has it been this way before you?
Before me? You say this way, it has been worse. It was worse. As much as I'm sure you will hate to hear this is better. Let me double check a timeline thing real quick. Motherfucker. Before I became involved 10 years ago, 11 perhaps. The holdings have existed for 35 years. I cannot say how long Hull's Hearth has existed, but it has become slowly more and more of a nation, rather than just a bunch of pirates who are trying to not be hanged. Because that is how it began.
Hall's Hearth has had slaves for a lifetime.
Probably so.
How many more lifetimes?
Hopefully none.
So soon then.
If it turns out that you and your funds can be relied upon, we shall see how soon. And if you are as good as we think you are, as useful.
I'd like to roll an insight check on the captain to see if that is truly his objective.
Sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check for me.
17. 16 plus 1.
And you listen to him talk about all this. He means it. But he means all of it. And you understand that this is a man who's probably done some pretty atrocious shit in pursuit of this goal. Like he believes in it that much and seems very willing to do more or worse. Like this is what matters to him.
Just so I'm on the same page here, we are
Mhm.
talking, he is trying to disassemble the entire construct of slavery on Hull's Hearth. While keeping it stable.
Correct. They are his prince and therefore his objective. The way it's been explained to you, this was her objective, and then he became very attached to the same thing. Is basically a free state, a place where all these people who otherwise have like nowhere to go and will be persecuted everywhere else will have a place, and that includes slaves.
A haven for people with nowhere to go.
Basically, a haven for the other. Everybody who's rejected from various and sundry places for being other in some way. This is somewhere where they could be.
But big the ends justify the means energy.
100%, yes.
And I mean, that's not even in the question. Glue thinks it's 100% on board with that.
Yeah, like you've heard about something, like you heard one of the very first days you were on the ship, like if somebody crosses him, he'll fucking kill them. Or crosses him, he'll just fucking kill them. Like no questions asked, will not hesitate. Like he threatened to kill all of you with very, very little compunction about it. So absolutely, and justify the means by a lot.
My friends don't get held responsible for what I did on that island. And you will be able to rely on me for whatever jobs you may need after this and after you're done with our group. Make sure that ends.
Roll another persuasion check.
Not great. 11.
11. Definitely kind of looking at him and just looks troubled. If anything, definitely is kind of not as quite as the regular facial expression. We shall see. You say that you regret damaging my cause, but damage it you did. We'll need to see evidence of you and your companions' ability to contain yourselves for a cause. I need to know that you have that kind of control. Because if you will fly off the handle, I cannot rely on you. Any of you. Demonstrate that. And perhaps.
Well, can't promise anything. All captains have their different styles, huh? And Gloob will walk away.
Just a light chuckle. Okay.
All right. And he's walking away. Like, just kind of give Gloob a weird look. Like, all right, okay, whatever that was. Got a little, not a plate, kind of more like just sort of on a cutting board, I guess. Just sort of presented, a little towel over it. All right. I mean, he's medium, I'm small, so I'm just kind of holding it up. No, I heard you like steak, and there ain't too many sea cows out here, so did the best I could. I know you're waiting to have your meal later, but just trust me. Just have a single bite. Tell me what you think.
Okay, so to clarify, this is fish that
this is
tastes like a rare steak.
It tastes like a rare steak.
Good rare steak.
A good rare
Good
steak.
fucking rare steak.
A good
Like
rare
a-
steak.
Like a rare steak cooked by a 188-year-old halfling grandma.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check.
A persuasion check. Okay. Okay.
Spits on the steak. I don't want it.
14, 19, 21.
Just kind of takes the plate from your hands and just kind of. I assume magic is involved. Yes.
I mean, it's always involved when I'm in the kitchen. Literally and metaphorically speaking, of course.
Of course. Takes a bite. I have to say that the texture is a little bit to get around. What? But aside from that, not bad at all.
I'll take not bad.
But I believe you and your friends have a boat to catch.
Right. We'll do our best to. I think I heard the phrase "unfuck things." Yeah, used.
A noble pursuit.
I hear you're kind of after those too sometimes. So, to noble pursuits, and see you soon.
Good luck.
Same to you, wherever you're going. Sorrowfully be with you.
And also with you now. God damn it. Alright. Alright. So, Is there anything else anybody is wanting to try to do before you get on your next vessel?
I'd just wait until Bart's in flanking within 5 feet of Artois, bring out the rapier, and
Roll initiative.
I would try to find the
What a way to end the
guys
session.
that we
What's that?
saved on the shipwreck,
Uh-huh.
and just wish them goodbye, and I hope that I will see you again, hopefully on land,
Before you keep talking,
and hopefully you.
oh wow, I don't know if I'm freezing or if other people are freezing. Um,
I froze.
Gotcha. High-low for me, Jakob.
Hi.
Okay. He is still he does appear to have found work on this vessel. Because he's actually good at his job, or just because he's seen you guys and they just want to keep an eye on him? Who knows? It's a mystery. But yeah, thanks. Kind of. Okay, didn't really choose this job, but make the best of it, I guess. Kind of a little late for it now. Sure. I have no
Hope you
idea what
find-
you guys are doing, but good luck.
I hope you find another line of work for some pirate hunters. Find you, I guess.
I mean, I'm
Be
gonna
kinda-
be perfectly honest with you. This is the best I've ever eaten on any ship, so not a bad game.
I mean, that's Bart's cooking.
Uh-huh.
Damn
Yeah.
good.
Phenomenal.
Well,
he'll find out at breakfast.
Poor guy. What do you mean he wasn't the ship's chef? Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So. Alright, guys. So this much smaller vessel comes sailing in. This one not sporting the banner of the Sea Princes, which is a first for you guys in a little bit. Because you did notice most of the ships like that were in the harbor don't. It seems to be like the official like representatives, like these lieutenant kind of style captains, and perhaps those that are like the navy, big air quotes, of the princes. Those that are acting in a much more like official capacity of our job is to fuck shit up if necessary. We are not just like regular pirate duties most of the time. But this one does. It just appears to be a ship. Seems to have currently be sporting a good old Jolly Roger, because why not? It's very clearly a pirate vessel. But you guys, there's a gangplank lowered. It's like that, going diagonal. Is a much smaller vessel, but similarly ragtag crew, but a familiar captain, as a studded leather that is almost in the style of Motley. Captain Denylin appears to be their vessel. Oh, well, so good to see all of you. It has been like a day and a half. Welcome aboard my humble sailing vessel, the Sea Sparrow.
Been far too long.
Terribly.
As he's like walking down the game.
Just kind of, as you guys offload, gangplank is raised. Denylin raises hand to Artois as both vessels begin to pull apart. Well, going from the Fuad Cairn to the Sea Sparrow, I'm afraid you will find is much humbler. You're welcome to take your pick of whatever bunks down below, or they'd be more hammocky. Whatever hammocks down below don't already appear occupied. But we'll be taking you to your end goal and destination. And hopefully all making it out alive on the other side.
That is the goal.
It usually is, yes. Hopefully you don't betray and try to murder all of us. So, we'll be sailing for a little bit farther into the night before we stop and have ourselves a bit of rest. My crew could definitely use it at this point. We had to push relatively hard out of Hull's Hearth to make it here in the proper amount of time. What you looking at there, Mark?
I mean, maybe you got something in the galley I can scrounge up to make that rest a little bit better.
You're welcome to try if you were expecting something similar to the cairn. Won't be quite as fancy. But you're welcome to try.
He will.
Just vigorous nodding in agreement from Julian.
24.
24. I'm gonna have to have you roll it. Not at disadvantage because you cooked on campfires and stuff. But you are gonna basically
24.
You are basically gonna get a worse result though, because you get down there and there's next to nothing in the form of cookware. There's the top deck and there's the below deck. That's it. This, like I said, this is a like more than half again as smaller than the fourth can. But they've got some very basic amounts. They have like a stove for like heating up coffee and some other things, like if they really need to heat things up. Maybe it looks like it's also multi-purpose. It's used for like heating up tar to usable temperatures, because tar gets kept in those big old barrels where it just gets very hard, as it were. But making up what you can. Make basically like a gussied up stew out of some dried meats and things that they have as their provisions.
Gussied up.
I'll stretch that prestidigitation out as long as we have to. Why do some of these potatoes taste like potatoes and some of these potatoes taste like carrots?
But as you guys settle in, and like I said, the below decks, it's basically one giant room. So y'all are gonna have zero privacy here on the Sea Sparrow. But as you guys you get like a brief head count, there's less than 20 people aboard this ship. Barely. There's like 18 or so crew. And then plus Denylin. So, much smaller vessel. But as you guys settle in, that's where I think we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to need 20 pirate names my next episode.
You won't get them. I like you guys, don't like you that much.
Bobbleton.
Jimmy T. Johns. I'm going to start going with my old D&D naming conventions. We got Jimmy Johns, Jonathan Jimmy, Jonathan James, James Jimmy. We'll just keep going.
King.
Burger King.
McDonald.
Wendy.
Wendy.
Jack Box. That's his name. The twins in and out. We'll just keep going. Anyway,
Jesus, end of this
thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope y'all had a good time. I know I did. Anybody who joined us for the duration of this session, if you've been here for the whole thing, or just for a minute, or just right this moment as I'm ending, thank you anyway. Y'all are awesome. Appreciate it. We do this Gosm every Monday at 5 p.m. or not 5 p.m. Oh my goodness. Every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come check us out as we do this thing right here with the pirates and the stuff in the ocean. And yeah. And a lot of cooking. A lot of cooking is a very important, integral part of this campaign. It's a lot of fun. Then we have on Saturday that we have our Across Eberron campaign, which is DM'd by our buddy right here, Mr. Glubeford himself. He's God in that campaign. And it has myself and some of these other folks, plus a bunch of other people in it, where it's a lot of fun. We're doing a lot of stuff. I may die again this next Saturday because I'm about to punch a pirate in the face, or try. So, not just a pirate, I'm sorry, a vampire. So a vampire pirate. right in the Shanaz. So come see that, but that's at 5 p.m. on Saturday. So come check that out. Oh, that's the wrong button I'm clicking there. In the meantime, we're gonna get ready to raid somebody. We're gonna do Ink and Liar because I don't think we've done them recently. But while we're waiting for that to count down, once again, take a peeksies at the exclamation point charity. Try to raise some money for the International Medical Corps, doing things for people over in the Ukraine that need the help. So I encourage you to click on the link and donate what you can. And in the meantime, go show these guys some love as they do TTRPG things. Bye!
All right.
Oh, wrong.